Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Ben Jones here as we are streaming the first of hopefully not too many severe thunderstorm warnings this afternoon. This one just came out just a little while ago. You can see it in the yellow polygon. Bibb, Bleckley, Houston, Twiggs goes until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Gusty winds in there and the potential for some hail. I'm pulling up some information for you while you watch that. The red shaded counties that you're looking at, that is the tornado watch, which is in effect until, I believe, was it, Danny, 11 o'clock tonight? 11 o'clock tonight, yeah. And, yep, I see that right there. All right, so let me get the information here on this cell. It is moving northeast at 40 miles an hour, 60 mile per hour gusts possible, and the potential for hail. All right, so let's zoom in a little bit. Let me first take you without the tornado watch stuff on there. So the tornado watch is basically making westward for tonight. Okay, so as we zoom in, it's moving northeast at 40, so it has some giddy up on it. Let's go on over to the velocity map. And you can see there, some green shaded area. That's going to be some gusty winds in here. So from Warner Robins to Bon Air, heading toward Jeffersonville and Cary in a little while, Danville eventually. And when I say eventually, not long. Next scan we look at, this thing will have already moved a pretty good bit. Northeast at 40 is a pretty good clip, and pretty much everything we see as we go through this afternoon is going to be moving like that. We actually see some winds gusts that are still up a little bit as you get into Southern, Houston, Pulaski, and there's no warning for this part right here. Further up the chain, just to show you, we do have thunderstorms aplenty, kind of a line forming. The main show is not even here yet. Comes in later, but this is sort of a pre-party, if you will. So some thunderstorms that will make a little bit of a racket, but no severe weather with that. This is the only one that we have the warning for here. As we roll more, let me change this from 5 hours. How about we do a 2-hour loop? And then this way we're not looking so far back. Okay. So as you go farther south from this warning, you can see Hawkinsville down to Pineview. Some storms there, but nothing severe there. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning is for, says Bibb, but it is barely clipping South Bibb, this little part right here. Most of it is here from kind of Warner Robins down. But if you're in South Macon, you're technically in a severe thunderstorm warning, and it's heading toward Twiggs. It's almost out of Houston. I mean, it's moving, again, pretty good clip. This down here for Pulaski into Wilcox, no warning on that, but it is definitely letting you know that it's coming through. Let's take a look at the hail map, and this will give us an indication, and I don't see any hail in this storm, and I don't see any even when I go back in time. There's a little bit here in Pulaski County, but no hail that I can find anywhere in any of this, maybe except for that little bit in Pulaski. Go back and see. Yeah, so the warning, and I will take the warning polygon off so we can ask it a question about what kind of wind it has going on with it. And let's see. Close to 50 mile per hour winds down here, 56. So there's some gusts that are a little bit higher as you get south and east of Perry. So maybe more toward kind of south, well, not so much Kathleen, looks like it's pretty much past there, but some of the gustier winds here about to cross over into parts of Pulaski, but again, with the movement of this, it's kind of going like this. So most of the heavy rain, but the strongest wind is going to be moving toward the northeast. And again, moving northeast at 40. Already clear of the fairgrounds in Perry. Let's see if I can get a Skycam shot of that pulled up. Let's just put you back on this. And that's interesting. There we go. The county's filling back in. All right, we're going to go to the cameras here. And you can see it's already come through the fairgrounds and passed over. As you can see, the back edge of everything as it has cleared. Let's go Warner Robins. Some rain there. If we go to the Macon Skycam, this is looking east, but if we turn around and look the other way, we're going to see, should see some dark skies. There we go. There's some rain off in the distance toward the south and west. And you can see some as we look southwest there as well. So again, the one warning, the severe thunderstorm warning again, which goes until 4. And again, a tornado watch is out for our western half. It does not mean that we're going to see tornadoes. There's that new severe thunderstorm warning. I was wondering if that one was going to pop, because there was that part, southern Houston County into parts of Pulaski, which had a little bit more thump with the wind. So this now is Bleckley, Dodge, Pulaski, Wilcox until 4 o'clock. So this whole segment of the line is a severe thunderstorm warning here. So if you had plans to drive on I-16 from, say, Macon to Dublin or to Soberton in the next hour, I'd hold off on that unless you want to go pretty slowly out there. The text on this one still says, where is that one? Northeast of 35, but it's still saying 60 mile per hour winds. I thought I saw a mention about the hail, 3/4 of an inch, but I don't see any hail in there, so I'm not sure what they're seeing. Let's go back to the hail map, see if there's anything in there now. There is barely some pea-size hail heading into Hawkinsville. This is about 1/4 of an inch. Not seeing the hail signature that the Weather Service is saying. Let's see if the winds match up. All right. Hawkinsville area has the gustiest winds right now. 58, so nearly 60 mile per hour winds there, which is what the warning is saying. Getting 55 up and down the line. Yeah, so the strongest winds are right there in Hawkinsville right now. So if you're in town, Hawkinsville, this may have already gone through there by the time this scan was taken here. This thing's moving very quickly. So as the crow flies, I mean, it's gone, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So that probably is still either coming through or has just come through the Hawkinsville area. Gustier winds, and anywhere you see this green, this light shaded green, is 40, 50 to nearly 60 mile per hour winds. And again, moving toward the northeast at 40. So let's do some storm spotting here, or storm tracking, I should say. So this from here, we will pause it here, and we will draw along this line and go out northeast at 40. So you can see Dublin 420 if it's holding together. Let's do a better line than that. That didn't really include everything. So okay, so that kind of gives you an idea of the paths, the locations in the path of the storm here. Cochrane, within the next 6 minutes or so. Again, this is not a tornado warning, so there is a tornado watch. This is which is out. Just means we're looking for the potential for a little brief spin up is out there, but we don't have anything doing that. So this is straight line winds of around 60 miles per hour. So 2 different severe thunderstorm warnings, but they're all in this for this same line. Okay. Going farther north where there is no warning, but just in case you're watching from the Macon area on up through Bolingbroke and toward Forsyth, already clear there. This is just a normal thunderstorm, no warning for the stuff that's in Macon. No doubt hot and very muggy out there and maybe some gusty winds, making a little bit of a racket with some heavy rain as it's coming through, but that is not severe there. The only warnings we have are for those 2 polygons there, which does technically include, I think Bibb County's pretty much out of that one now. So it's mainly, and almost out of Houston, it's mainly Twiggs, Bleckley, eastern pieces of Houston County, Pulaski, Bleckley, and Dodge. So basically Twiggs, Bleckley, Pulaski, Dodge, still just a little bit of Houston County left, and it's getting out of there in a hurry. So again, everything that we see this afternoon is going to be moving at a pretty good clip. Now, this is not even the main thing. All the stuff we've been talking about for days, all that rain from the tropical thing, that's still way back here in Alabama. So this is just sort of the appetizer for the dinner here. So we'll see what it does. I'm kind of interested to see if we get enough of these storms to kind of work the atmosphere over. I would think it definitely helps us not have as much in the way of severe weather later because we will have taken a lot of that punch out, but I think we're still going to get a good bit of rain. Notice no warnings back there. It's out here in this leading edge. And again, the environment definitely juiced for thunderstorms, not necessarily a ton of severe thunderstorms, but thunderstorms in general. I mean, look at some of these dew points. If you ever keep up with dew point numbers, upper 70s, very muggy. 84, 83, 82, some of the dew points that are out there. Those are incredibly high numbers. So look at the heat index. Feels like 111 in Dublin right now. 100 in Milledgeville, actually doubling down from 112 just about 20 minutes ago. So a lot of heat, humidity, the energy there for sure for the thunderstorm stuff. Let's go back around the horn again and show you these red shaded counties. And again, that's the tornado watch that's out, which just means that in this area, conditions are possible. They're favorable for the possible development of maybe a brief spin up. So far, I haven't seen anything like that. I've been looking at velocity signatures, meaning wind direction. Do we see anything rotating out there? And I don't. Looking at another source here, just to show you where, I'm not going to show you, but what I'm looking at here. As we go back in with the wind, let's get that going again here. Anything that's in that lighter green shaded area is about 55 to 60 mile per hour winds. So Jeffersonville, gusty stuff heading toward the radar site in just a little bit. Cochrane, stronger wind coming into town here in the next few. Hawkinsville, still coming through, but most of the main punch has already come through. If what I'm seeing is right, it looks like to me, this is where some of the strongest wind is here, leaving Houston County, kind of heading between Jeffersonville and Cochrane. Cochrane will get some wind out of this though. See, when it starts to turn that blue shaded area, you can see a couple of these blue pixels. That's going to be around 60 mile per hour winds there. Again, none of this is rotating. This is not a tornado. As we've been looking for hail signatures out there, because there was the mention from the Weather Service in the wording of these warnings that there was 3/4 inch diameter hail. I'm not seeing that. You can see why this polygon is glowing. That means they just trimmed this part off back here. So Warner Robins, Bonaire, Perry, all out of the warning now. So it is mainly just for Twiggs, this extreme eastern part of Houston County, which is what this new beep is that they just updated that polygon. So again, the gustiest wind is going to be right in here, 63, 58 miles per hour. So averaging around 60 miles per hour here. Let's see if we can get some roadways on there. Looks like some of our map data is getting a little bit garbled. Just bear with me for a second while I zoom in super close. Okay, there we go. So Thompson Mill Road, Check Station Road, Red Dog Farm. Again, not a tornado, but winds that are possibly in excess of 60 miles per hour there. What is this new warning? Let's see. All right, so this is now on this part of the line. This includes the Macon area, so Bibb, Jasper, Jones, Monroe until 4. So basically this whole line is turning into one big warning here. But I want you to notice something in here. Notice if you've been following us in tornado coverage, we don't see bright red and bright green next to each other. So there's nothing rotating in any of this. No tornadoes. This is severe thunderstorm warning stuff, which is still something you need to stay inside and wait for it to pass through. Stay away from windows, some lightning with this. But this is not tornado warnings. These are severe thunderstorm warnings. So all of these go until 4. Let's go up top here. And so that means that is in the Macon area. Let's go back to Macon Skycam. Oh yeah, it's going on. So you can see it definitely coming down heavily here. In the Macon area. Downtown on out into North Macon. Possible 55, 60 mile per hour winds here. And you can tell with the way these raindrops are blowing sideways straight into the camera. Let me hit the wiper here. And the flag at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, so the wind is kicking it through downtown. 55, 60 mile per hour winds there. Back to the map. Let me just check for other information here. Okay, so severe thunderstorm warnings for this whole line. Just treat it really as one warning because all of this goes until 4 o'clock. Again, no rotation in here. This is severe thunderstorm warning type stuff, averaging around 60 mile per hour winds. Let's check in for the hail. I have yet to, excuse me, find much of anything crazy in there. Not 3/4 in diameter, which is what the warning says, but heading toward Cochran, 1/4 inch or more there. Let's roll on up. This in Jones County now, past Lake Juliet. 1/2 inch diameter there. So there is a hail core that's just gone through Dames Ferry, heading up north and west of Gray. The only other hail core I can find is the one that's going to kind of thread the needle between Cochran and Cary. Let's do the wind thing. All right, I'm going to take the warning layer off so we can ask it some questions. So remember, this is where the hail core is. just past Dames Ferry coming into Jones County. I'm going to switch over to storm relative, see if this picks it up a little bit better. Because I'm not getting a good reading. It's showing 38 mile per hour winds, 40. You can hear the rain here on our roof. The station coming down. This is showing 40 mile per hour winds, but I'm sure it is 50 to 60, somewhere in there. And definitely strong winds here. Kind of on the Twiggs-Bleckley line. Oh, I just passed it. It said 48, but that's because I was checking it right as the scan came in. That's gotten a little bit better. It was over 60 mile per hour winds. Thunder here in the studio. And no rotation with any of this. This is all straight line winds. Danny's just come in from outside where it is soaking out there. Boy, you can tell this thing's a quick mover. I was just looking at that Skycam shot, and the wind has already died down on the flag there, and we're not seeing as much in the way of rain. All right, let's do a little scan around and probably see some dark skies on the back side of this as we come around. Okay, so for another 16 minutes, severe thunderstorm warnings are out for this main line. I want to show you, because I'm sure you have questions, even though I can't see any questions right here, but I'm sure the questions would be. First of all, what about this town? What about this county? All towns, cities, counties in central Georgia have the same chance of seeing thunderstorms and heavy rain. Now, in our western counties right now, at least in the short term, there is a tornado watch from Macon down to Cordele pretty much and westward. It does not mean we're going to see tornadoes. It means a watch means we are watching for the possibility of a tornado. A tornado warning would mean there is one. We have had no warnings, and I haven't seen any. And actually, these are the first severe thunderstorm warnings I've seen. And we kind of expected that some of this stuff today might do this because this is kind of a powder keg environment out here. Again, you got a heat index in Dublin right now of 111 degrees. Heat index easily over 100 in all these spots. Dew points in the mid 80s. If you don't keep up with dew point stuff, and I don't blame you if you don't, that is very muggy stuff. So a lot of juice in the atmosphere. So I kind of figured this leading edge would have storms in there that had a little bit of a punch to them. This other stuff later tonight, I would imagine, is not going to be as much like this. And again, just to show you, this is all still the main kind of leftover tropical stuff still to come in. And again, like I've been saying all week, the models have been trying to figure out where the heaviest rainfall totals are going to be. Where is this going to line up? And it's still taking a guess at all that. I have a feeling that we'll see more of this later tonight, these green polygons, meaning flash flood warnings. Seen a lot of that going on from New Orleans to Mobile Bay. Again, just too much rain in a short amount of time. All right, there's a glow on that one, means they've made an adjustment to it up top. They trimmed that one back a little bit. We'll hear that ding here in a second. Again, just saying they have updated it. It's mainly for Jones and Jasper. Parts of Bibb still in there with some heavy rain, but this is already crossing over 70, Riverside Drive in 75, so most of that should be clear there. Again, fast movers. They're moving northeast at 40. So if you're in Gray up to Round Oak, definitely some heavy rain, some gusty winds. The hail thing, not so much right now. A little bit earlier, right there, that little brown blob from underneath Juliet to Dames Ferry, heading up toward Round Oak. It had about a half-inch diameter hail for just a second, and that has fallen out. So we're not seeing that, and as I go down south, I don't see any hail in any of these storms actually right now. So, you know, we'll see what happens at 4 o'clock. Does the National Weather Service extend this out, you know, for counties toward the north and east? Does it keep it going for Putnam, Baldwin, Wilkinson, Lawrence, places like that? We'll see what they do, because these things are, and you hear me say this from time to time, they're moving so fast they're about to outrun their cage here. So the polygon is for when the storm is inside there. You can see by 4 o'clock this thing will have definitely outrun its fence. So it depends on if the Weather Service thinks. I don't know, this one could get extended. This one here, let's check the wind in this one. The wind speeds look lower than they were earlier. Watch when I go back, you'll see some brighter green and blues in there, right through there. This is when we were going 60, 63, something like that. You go forward, not seeing as much of that. So I'm not sure if they'll go with an extension of these warnings. What they may do is do special weather statements, which is a step below severe thunderstorm warning for places like Putnam, Baldwin, Wilkinson, Lawrence counties, places like that. Because once again, these things are moving pretty quickly, and it won't take long for them to get there. Well, there's just as I speak. They're going to go with a severe thunderstorm warning, a bigger one, that is going to go until 4:30. And that includes a slew of counties here. So Baldwin, Southern Hancock, Western Washington County, Wilkinson, Twiggs, Lawrence County, Bleckley, Northern Dodge, all until 4:30. So there was enough there in that chunk of the line, which makes sense to me, because I still think this has the bigger punch here than this up here, to keep that going. So same kind of thing, potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds, some hail possible, but I'm just not seeing much. Every once in a while you'll see a quarter to maybe a half an inch, but it's only there for a few minutes, so not looking at any impressive hail cores. It's mainly with the wind. We're not looking at really a flash flooding problem with this part, because it's moving so quickly and there's not a whole lot behind it. Now again, later tonight, as we get on into the coming hours, all of this other stuff back here will come through. Now none of this is severe. I would imagine that the severe threat for us is mainly what we're seeing right now. And if you line that up, let's see if I can find it. We did get added into, we got bumped up into a level 2 today. So it was just green for a level 1 all over here, but Storm Prediction Center went with a level 2 just in this corridor, and they pretty close to getting it right there. It's this main line coming up and through. I think once most of this comes through, it'll turn the atmosphere over some, and that should provide for more just rain and rumbles as we go through tonight. That's the hope. But back to the tornado watch in red. You can see that goes until 11 o'clock tonight. Some of that may just be kind of a, you know, just to cover the bases in case something were to spin up briefly. Usually with these kind of environments, it would probably be a short-lived, brief spin up. Can't rule it out. You know, I've been looking and I don't see anything rotating, so. Let's see. I'm just reading some stuff over here in the chat. Nothing new there. New severe thunderstorm warning for Tifton. Why do I talk about that? Because that is moving toward the northeast, so that could grab parts of Wilcox, Dodge, and Telfair in a little while. It's not in our area yet. All right, so let's go around the horn again. Severe thunderstorm warning here for Jasper, Jones. Monroe and Bibb are out now. There's a new one right here for Upson County, Northern Taylor. So a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, a lot of these are going to drop off the map here at 4 o'clock. This one will go till 4:30. This one goes until 4:30 as well. So we're at least on the hook till 4:30 for these storms. Let's check on this one for, I don't know how much we're going to be able to see the wind. I don't know. I don't know if I believe that down there. We're kind of in no man's land. Let's just check. Could be looking at 60 to 65 mile per hour winds there. That's going to be coming up toward Thomaston area in a little while, but technically that is outside of our area for now. So back over to here, through Twiggs County, right over the radar site right now. Winds there. It's showing around 50, but I think there could be some numbers that are higher than that in there. Okay, so again, fast movers moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. And there's a lot of junk on the screen here. It's going to clean up here in a minute because, well, in 7 minutes, because this one will drop, this part will drop, this part will drop. So we'll be left with this one big box until 4:30 and this one until 4:30. So these are the original ones that went until 4. I guess they're just going to let those expire. The storms are almost out of those boxes, but probably just best to let them go to 4 o'clock and then they'll fall off the map. This one down here, as you get into the Tifton area, heading up toward Fitzgerald, that one's not in our area, but one we'll watch to see if it stays strong coming up northeast. Let's go really big picture. You can see other warnings near Savannah, Charleston. But again, the whole main blob is still way back here. This is the rainmaker for the nighttime hours tonight. This, what we're seeing now, is kind of the opening band, and it has quite the drum section. So making some noise out there. I would imagine that our severe threat for the most part for this event is what is happening now and for the next hour to two. Okay, there's another new warning that is going to replace this one up top. Let's see, if this one right here. So you're talking about Jasper, Putnam, Jones, Baldwin, Hancock. That includes Lake Sinclair and Oconee. If you know some folks out on the lake right now, tell them to get on off of there pretty quickly because it's moving northeast at 40. Don't want to be out on the lake. This little part right here will get Oconee in a minute, but possible 50 to 60 mile per hour winds in there. Let me see if it's 445 for that one. Okay, just checking on information here. Let's do a hail check. I mean, I can find a little bit right there, south and west of Gray. 1/4 inch maybe. So not a whole lot in the way of hail. There's a touch of it right near Jeffersonville. Pea size, basically. As far as the wind is concerned, and you can see the bow right in here. When it's bowing out like this, a strong wind. Let's take the warning off. Go in and ask it a question. Say, hello, may I trouble you for a moment? What is your wind speed? 60. 54, so 55 to 60 mile per hour winds past Jeffersonville. This is heading between Gordon and Irwinton. So Gordon, Irwinton, and Nicholsville, some strong wind coming through there. And not getting a good reading on it farther south, but coming out of Bleckley County in a little while, Dodge heading toward Lawrence County. A lot of yellow on the board. Again, no tornado warnings. We have a tornado watch in these red shaded counties until 11 o'clock tonight. I want to drive home. Does not mean that we're going to see a tornado in here. It just means the possibility is there for a brief spin up. Most of what we've been seeing is straight line winds. Been looking for rotation, not even remotely finding it. So that's good news so far. I'm going to leave that here for a minute while I check on eventually we'll start looking here at the Dublin sky cam, seeing some clouds getting darker off in the distance there. And again, the numbers impressive this afternoon when it comes to temperature, humidity, and heat index. So average high 91, it's nothing crazy. You can see the 79s on there for Macon, Warner Robins, that's rain-cooled air. You factor in the humidity, you get dew points in the mid-80s, and that is stout. That is some really muggy stuff. So you factor that in with the temperature, and it was 112 a minute ago, 109 now for the heat index in Dublin, 105 in Wrightsville, 96 Gordon, 98 Milledgeville. So plenty of energy out there for these storms to continue rocking and rolling as they come through. Again, the red shaded counties, that's a tornado watch till 11 o'clock tonight. No rotation out there. These are not tornado warnings. These are severe thunderstorm warnings. And in 1 minute, this map's going to clean up a little bit because part of this is going to be gone. This little one in here is going to be gone. This one's going to be gone. We will be left with these two big ones. So there's been a lot of consolidating here of warnings. This one for Upson County goes until 4:30. Down here from Hancock, Baldwin, down to Twiggs, Wilkinson, Washington, Bleckley, Northern Dodge, Lawrence, and Western Johnson County until 4:30. This one up top, Jasper, Putnam, Jones, Baldwin, Hancock until 4:45. So in 30 seconds, this map will be a little bit easier to try to figure out what's what. We'll lose a lot of these yellow lines. But you can definitely see that well-defined edge. Wilkinson County right here, this little, where it bows out. Some gusty wind there. All right, let's see if they drop off. There they go. So now we're just left with the big ones. We're straight up at 4 o'clock. 4:45 expiration here, 4:30 expiration here, expires 4:30 over here. The one that was in Tifton still there, heading toward Fitzgerald. The reason I show you that, it's not here yet, but if it stays going, this one eventually would maybe prompt a warning for Wilcox, Dodge, Telfair, Wheeler, and Southern Lawrence. We'll see if that happens. Again, the main tropical show that we've been talking about, all that's still back here in Alabama. And it'll be coming through over the course of many hours tonight. Be interesting to see, again, what this action that we're seeing now does to that. Again, once you get thunderstorms, you really start to work the atmosphere over, kind of wash out a lot of that heat, humidity, and the energy, the overall instability that's out there, which is a combination of all those factors. So I guess what I'm saying is it should limit the severe potential as we go on through tonight. Maybe this is the big bite of that. And then later on tonight, this would mainly just be rain and rumbles coming through. And I know we had said that most of this was tonight, and we still mean that as far as the main tropical rain thing. But watching the models over the past couple of days, they kept showing these little blips popping up, and there was question of whether or not, were these just garden variety thunderstorms, or did they have a little bit of a punch? And clearly the answer is they do have some punch to them. So again, nothing rotating for proof on that. I will show you the velocity map, which is where we would look for anything spinning. You don't see anything over here in Upson County, nothing spinning here. Now again, you may say, well, why is it red now? Well, wind going toward the radar's right here, is always green. Going away from the radar shows up in red. That's how we can tell when we're looking at a tornado. If we see a little spot of tight red and green together, that means it's going toward and away from the radar, and it's going in a circle, which would mean something rotating. We don't see that. This is all straight line stuff. Let's ask it a question. Say, how about now for the wind speed? Average around 60 miles per hour. So Gordon, Irwinton especially, some strong wind coming through there. And once again, nothing rotating. We don't see anything rotating. I don't even see anything going back into Alabama. There's nothing rotating back here. These are straight line wind, normal, severe thunderstorm warnings. See storms going up into Atlanta area, North Georgia, nothing severe there, just regular old storms. And again, we were upgraded this afternoon. You can see where the yellow is in place now. We were in a low end level 1, but in this corridor, which is where these storms are tracking, got bumped up to a level 2 for storms that could be stronger, and that's where these are. So again, 430 for this box here and this one over here. 445 for this one here. Again, fast movers moving northeast at 40, so they definitely have some speed to them. Farther south, not seeing anything severe there, except for Tifton to Fitzgerald. We'll see if that comes on up to grab Abbeville, McRae kind of areas. Pretty good lightning show going on, especially in Gray right now. That's where I'm seeing the majority of the lightning. Most of that has already come through town, it looks like. So again, Lake Sinclair, if you do know anybody out on the lake, they only have a few minutes to kind of pull over or get off the boat or wherever they are and get off the dock. Let this one come on through. It has a lot of lightning with it. There's been a little bit of hail at times, but I still only see just very little spots here as we check in just on the west side of Sinclair, quarter to maybe a half inch around Gray a little while ago, quarter to staying underneath a half inch. Not seeing huge hail cores. There's another one right there, past Jeffersonville, over a quarter size diameter there. And you can see, even when we look everywhere else, don't see hail anywhere other than this leading edge, and only in a couple of spots. Dublin Skycam, definitely starting to see the dark skies. Again, that's where the heat index has been anywhere from 109 to 112. And it might be that right now. Let's see. 86 feels like 103, it says right now. That's on that sensor, though. Let's see what it does on this map. Yeah, it's down to 103. So the clouds coming in and a little bit of an outflow wind maybe has helped that out. It's down some, but just a matter of 30 minutes ago, the heat index was 112 in Dublin. So Don't need the scarf today. Okay, so as we come in and kind of grab these warnings, you can see this one again, Jasper, Jones, Putnam. It does include Baldwin County, Lake Sinclair, as we mentioned. Healthy storm coming in from Milledgeville to Sinclair. A lot of lightning, a little bit of small hail in there, and the potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's put the stop on there. Again, notice how it kind of bows out right here. That's where some strong wind is. Same thing here. And anything that's in that kind of orange shaded area, those pixels, that's around 60-mile-per-hour winds, heading toward the northeast at 40. All right, just looking at some other stuff here. Some damage reports from some of these storms earlier in Columbus. A couple of trees down, nothing big. And there could be some of that in some of our area. Some of the weaker trees or tree limbs, dead trees, stuff like that could come down with this. Looks like most of the heavy stuff may kind of graze by Dublin. I think there's going to be storms there, but kind of most everything is in between these lines, kind of heading off like this. And we'll see it on the Skycam in a few minutes. I think there's going to be some gusty winds. I don't know if it'll be the full brunt like Irwinton's seeing. Thomaston now seeing the actual storm that has the warning with it. I don't see a lot of wind in there, but it's just kind of in no man's land. There could be 55 to 60 mile per hour gusts for Upson County there. Again, we're rolling on over, looking to see if we see anything rotating, and we're not. So this is all severe thunderstorm warning type stuff, not a tornado warning. Now, once again, our western half in the red counties going back into Alabama, which is standard whenever you have, you know, the remnants of a tropical system, because in a tropical system you have the things are rotating. So there's spin in the atmosphere. So far, we're not seeing anything spinning here. And really, we have the only severe thunderstorm warnings. It makes sense, though. This is all rain-cooled air over the same places. It's more stable back here. This is leading into, again, mega humidity and a heat index as high as a moment ago in Dublin of 112. So I would think that most of our severe threat is what we're seeing now. And again, you can see from where we're looking now, most of it kind of going across this way. Dublin will get some wind and rain, but a lot of it may pass toward the north and west. Let's see, right here, yeah, we are looking due west. So everything kind of going by like this. But again, we're on that southern end of the tail. I would imagine the wind there will pick up in a little bit. Again, I don't know if it's going to be necessarily 60 miles an hour. We'll see. So again, the severe outlook, we were bumped up into a level 2 in yellow for what's going on right now. Up from what was a low end level 1. Still not a huge severe threat, but just, again, something to keep an eye on. Here's a look at future view as we go through tonight. Shows more of this. There's 7 to 8 o'clock. Now this has changed a lot. 8 to 9. Maybe more breezy stuff as we get into 9 to 10, 10 to 11, midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. I would think by this time most of it is clear of the majority of our area, and definitely by 3 or 4 o'clock. Even our eastern counties. A little bit left over south maybe in the morning, and then we start to clear out a little bit possible in the afternoon tomorrow, maybe a little brief shower there, and then starting to dry out in time for the weekend. So how about, let's see what the new rainfall totals are. We've already been getting a lot of rain obviously with this, but an additional 1.5 to 3 inches to 4 inches of rain still possible as we go through tonight. Again, these numbers can shift. This is not set in stone. Just depends on where all these storms are going to line up. And this is projected rainfall. Again, just a guess. I mean, obviously it's already been pouring down here, so you don't see those big 8-9 inches of rain anymore because it's already it's underway. So this is like still to go. You can see where the low is, spinning back here. And dragging out in front is where we're seeing thunderstorms and a lot of the heavy rain, some gusty winds near the actual low back here. Let's go back to Dublin Skycam. And that's that main line. It's on the left side of your screen there, back off in the distance, moving toward the right side of your screen. Okay, back into the radar we go. These severe thunderstorm polygons, once again, all of this here, Milledgeville down to Cochrane, Dublin, Wrightsville, Sandersville, all this goes until 4:30. Up top, Eatonton, Gray, Milledgeville, Lake Sinclair, Oconee, until 4:45. Upson County until 4:30. So in 15 minutes, we'll have just this one left. Maybe. These storms may have already gotten out of there before we get to 4:45. We'll see. All right, let's do another check of hail And hail's been very hard to find, but there's some. Again, Sinclair and Oconee, not a good time to be out on the water. There's one heading towards Sinclair, 1/2 inch diameter hail core there. This is the biggest one we've seen today. Up here. Still mainly a 1/2 inch, maybe a little larger. Some hail and strong winds coming into Lake Sinclair, Milledgeville area. It's showing up at 44, but I think some of this is actually higher. But you can see where the strongest winds are right here. It's easy to pick out. So when it bows out like that, it's all heading off toward the northeast. So Sandersville eventually, probably 55, 60 mile per hour winds. Yeah, so getting a little gusty there for Washington County in a little bit. Back over to the Dublin Skycam. A little ominous looking there. You can see the leading edge, kind of cool. If you were standing underneath that, that would be the shelf cloud coming out over as it heads toward the north and east. A new beep. What do we have? Let's find out. A new severe thunderstorm warning, and this one is going to jump off of that one that was in Upson County. This includes now Monroe, Upson, Monroe, grazing northern parts of Crawford. Okay, let's see. Try to find. Oh well. All right, that warning there, let's go over there until 5. So this is going to lead us for our newsroom crew that's monitoring this. This is going to take us straight into the 5 o'clock news. So there will be at some point on the stream where I will go silent toward the end of the hour to make sure that we are geared up and ready to go for the news, but we will leave the radar looping. I might do that in bits and pieces here in a little bit because I don't have any new information for you, but that way you can watch it and I can chime back in, but I'll have to do the whole camera checks and all that stuff getting ready for the show. But let's see. I'm just reading up on some stuff here. Again, the main show for rain this, as far as the tropical stuff we've been talking about, all that's still back in Alabama. But, you know, sometimes you'll see these things where it can kind of leapfrog the action. In other words, the way I would think of it is this leading edge becomes a big part of the story. And it may turn the atmosphere over enough. There'll still be rain coming through tonight, but you know, I don't know if we're going to see much in the way of big thunderstorms later because we're already kind of getting all the energy out of the atmosphere. Let's look at it on the big radar. And we'll just have to see how it plays out tonight. I mean, there are gaps in there. There's this part, and then there's the rest of this later tonight. Again, a tornado watch is out for Alabama and west central Georgia, which does include basically I-75 and west in the red shaded area. Doesn't mean we're going to see tornadoes, just means the possibility is there for a brief spin up, and I have seen nothing rotating at all. So we have no tornado warnings. This is all severe thunderstorm type stuff, which means straight line winds at around 60 miles per hour, a ton of lightning. Again, Lake Oconee and Sinclair, not good places to be on the water right now, that's for sure. There's been some small hail in a few spots, but not really widespread. That storm that was down here in Tifton heading toward Fitzgerald had a warning with it a little bit earlier. We were going to see if that was going to carry up here. That thing is weakened down. So that part is not a concern. Okay, so let's do a hail check. And a little bit of a bigger hail core, the biggest one we've seen today, right on Lake Oconee here now. I'm going to say, I better say close to an inch in diameter there. So that's the biggest hail core I've seen so far today. There's a couple more right here around Lake Sinclair. So we're seeing maybe a 1/4 inch in diameter there. Rolling on down the line, maybe a little section of pea-size hail here, just south of Toomsboro, maybe a 1/4 of an inch. And a little bit in Lawrence County, threading the needle between Dexter and Cadwell. 1/4 inch maybe. And a little bit in Johnson County. Same kind of thing. So not a ton in the way of hail. Again, the brighter the red, the gustier the winds. And you can see that bow right through there. That's some strong wind. Ooh, did we miss the main show in Dublin? Did I wait too long? Let's see. That's pretty cool, this shot that's about to come up for you here. You can see the back edge of the line right there. So when we're looking at the radar, I showed you the front of the thunderstorm a minute ago, which would be where the shelf cloud coming in. This is the back edge right here. New bleepity bleep. Let's go check on that. Either a new warning or there's been an adjustment to one that is already existing. It is a new warning, and this one is for Hancock County and worlds beyond. And it's just the stuff that is in from Eatonton to Milledgeville, Sinclair, Oconee. It's about to outrun its polygon, so there was a new one for that. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe have some damage reports, Baldwin, Putnam, with some wind, and maybe even Twiggs, Wilkinson. But again, just to reiterate, nothing rotating. These are not tornado warnings. And I haven't seen anything even close to rotating. It's all straight line winds. Monroe County, you're in one of those newer Severe thunderstorm warnings, it goes until 5. And that's for this stuff coming in from Thomaston to Barnesville. High Falls eventually get a piece of that as well. Some gusty winds possible. Into Dublin itself, kind of on the tail end of this where it's not as gusty. There's a little bit of a breeze there. There's a little lightning off in the distance. So again, kind of a neat way to look at it. A shelf cloud, the front edge of the storm right here. Looking at it kind of a cross section going across land. And then where the pole is, the back of the storm line. You can see all of Dublin is underneath some dark clouds, helping to bring the numbers down. Again, the heat index a little while ago was 112 degrees. Whoops, still have that line up there. Well, that's distracting. Let's check on our numbers out there now. Yeah, a lot better. 83 in Dublin, only a 90 in McRae. Some big dew points. We saw them up to 84 for a dew point earlier, which is incredibly high humidity. Heat index getting gnawed away a little bit as this rain-cooled air comes in, but you can see where the storms have not gotten to yet. You're still looking at upper 90s to near 100. But again, just a little while ago, $112, 92 now. There's a 38 mile an hour wind gust in Dublin a little while ago. Okay, so there is the, once again, just to show you, in the red shaded area, these are not warnings. This just shows you the counties that are underneath a tornado watch. There's another new warning. That's going to include Washington, Johnson. So what it is as this line continues, they're just continuing with the warning. We'll hear that beep in a second. So this is Sandersville, Wrightsville, now all of Washington and Johnson County included. Last remaining parts of Lawrence County, same thing. Stand by just for 1 second, guys. Let me check on something. Okay, guys, back with you now. We have rain coming down on the Dublin Skycam. It's about to come up here. So that'll help things out for how it feels out there. I know you're probably like, man, it is sweltering out here. So the rain coming in to help things out. I don't see a ton of wind with this. I always look for a flag. Do see there across the street some. I see a breeze coming in out of the southwest there. All right, another beep. Let's see what this one is. This is going to be, once this pulls up, it looks like okay, so that's 4:30. That's the expiration of some of those other warnings. So the map is cleaning up a little bit. What this part is just the trimmed off part of what this was. So still remaining for parts of Sinclair, Oconee. So again, hopefully nobody's been out on the lake in Lake Oconee, Lake Sinclair, because there's a lot of lightning and even some hail that's upwards at Oconee of near an inch in diameter there. This that is coming into Monroe County, let me stop it here. Possibility of maybe 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. Again, notice how there's a little bit of a bow in there. That's going to kind of give you, that's when you see like a bow, I mean, so it's pushing out right through here. So that's usually an indication of where some strong winds are, moving toward the northeast. But as far as hail is concerned, I'm only seeing the bit around Lake Oconee up top. And then really for our area, that's it. Let's go back and look at wind. Again, just kind of more of a reassuring thing that there is absolutely nothing rotating. We're not seeing anything that is tornadic. These are not tornado warnings. These are severe thunderstorm warnings. And once this leading edge gets through, I would imagine, unless something in our southern counties, which is still somewhat untouched, were to come through, I would imagine this is the majority of what we're going to see for a severe threat. I think what we'll see as we go on through tonight is maybe a few of these green polygons, flash flood warnings. You know, just too much rain in a short amount of time. So I think we'll be replacing more of the severe thunderstorm warnings with maybe a few flash flood warnings as more and more rain comes through tonight, because there's still a lot to go as far as rain is concerned coming in from Alabama. I don't think necessarily there's a lot to go as far as severe weather is concerned. I think most of that is what we're seeing now. So that was the 4:30 expiration on those polygons. This one here goes until 5. And as I get close to one, it'll grab it and give us details. That one is in this little slither right there. That little box there is still till 4:45, but then this new one picks it up and carries it the rest of the way until 5:30. This one down here, 5:15. Stand by, guys, watching just for 1 second. All right, we're doing a little housekeeping in here, trying to figure out how things are going to go for the 5 o'clock show. Talking to some producers here. That is coming up in a little bit. We're going to do, obviously, a lot of weather. There'll be some news and weather, I think, kind of going back and forth. The majority of our area has already seen thunderstorms that are strong to severe. Most of this, over the next 30 to 40 minutes or so, is going to be clearing out of our area. I'm not saying we couldn't still see some thunderstorms out there, but this leading edge, this tapping into all this hot and muggy stuff, that's what's going on now, and we're eventually nearing the end of that, because the atmosphere, again, is kind of starting to turn over a little bit. We're getting all the heat, humidity, and instability out. Let's check back in on that Dublin sky cam. Oh yeah, coming down there. Yeah. And if you look, you can see the wind. There's some decent wind in that. I'd say at least 50. So at least 50 mile per hour winds there. Again, no shortage of rain. Flag's holding up nicely on City Hall. And hold on 1 second again. Okay, we're back here with you now. As you can see, the rain continues to come down heavily in the Dublin area. But again, I'm sure a welcome sight after a heat index of 112 in the past hour. You see the rain coming from behind the camera, from the southwest, flowing northeast. So it's like we're going into Star Wars backwards. All right, a new beep. Let's see what this one says. That one is just where they lopped off Upson County up top here. So it's just for Monroe County until 5 o'clock. Still some strong winds possible for Forsyth there. I haven't seen much in the way of hail, but definitely the potential for 60 mile per hour winds from High Falls on down. Okay, sorry guys, keep coming in and out because again, we're getting closer to showtime. Definitely some gusty winds in the Sandersville area. Once again, look for where the Boeing segment is. And that's some strong wind, possibility of 60 mile per hour winds there. See another Boeing section here. Dublin, as we noted, you can see all the red there, so steady rain. Still see the flag waving off in the distance there, and you can see it in the parking lot. Maybe 45 to 50 mile per hour winds with some of that, which would be below severe. Doesn't seem to be as gusty as it was a little bit ago. Okay, so let's take a look and see about the atmosphere that is still loaded up. Temperature-wise, you're not going to see a whole lot there. Humidity through the roof again, but dew points earlier, 84. That was crazy. Look where the heat index is. So still some stout numbers. Oh, much better. Feels like 73 in Dublin now. Boy, the difference from 112 an hour ago. A welcome thunderstorm for sure. Again, all these areas still untouched. Notice how all this is kind of rain cooled and worked over. Once we get this out and push all this away and cool it down, then maybe as we go on through tonight, We're just looking at rain and a few rumbles. That's the hope. But again, a tornado watch is in for the western half of our area, basically I-75 and westward. See it in the red shaded counties. These are not warnings. It just shows where the potential is, according to the National Weather Service, for maybe some brief rotation, a little bit of spin. We have not been seeing that at all. As we go back toward the west, you can see the main tropical thing is still well back into Alabama. And now they do have some thunderstorms down here. I don't know if we're going to necessarily still see it that way up here because we're already turning this over. I mean, you can only get punched in the face with thunderstorms of this level pretty much once, and then you work everything over and it's not the same atmosphere anymore. But down here, maybe this is still kind of ripe for thunderstorms that could have a little bit of a kick. But even with that, we've seen no severe thunderstorm warnings, just these green polygons, which are flash flood warnings. Again, the red shaded counties, that just shows you where the tornado watch is. It goes until 11 o'clock tonight. No guarantee that we're going to see anything rotate, and so far we haven't seen anything even close to rotating. So the one that includes Forsyth, again, as we zoom in, Monroe County, that one is until 5. This last little bit of where this one is, this little polygon here, goes until 4:45. That'll drop off, and that's getting replaced by this one that goes until 5:15. And then as we go farther toward the south, that one goes until 5:15 as well. Thought we had one that went until 5:30. Am I imagining that? That one. Okay, there we go. That's 5:30 there. I don't know if we're going to still have storms in our area at 5:30. Most of this is cruising pretty quickly. The Macon area, again, had that severe storm that came through earlier, so this next round that's going in Forsyth, that is going up and over the Macon area for the most part. Again, every area eventually gets touched as far as like where the atmosphere is loaded up for severe weather. All of this was super hot and muggy earlier. This has come in and put the fire out. Super hot and muggy here. This part's coming in and putting the fire out. So it should make for an easier night for us. I mean, there's still going to be a lot of rain, some gusty winds, and some rumbles. But hopefully, very little in the way of severe weather. That's generally how that works. All right, guys, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put this here let this just roll for a second. I'm going to go do some things getting ready for the show. I'll come back on in just a few minutes, okay? So just hang around and watch the radar. I don't have any new information to tell you, but I'm just getting ready for the show. Okay, are we on now? I guess we're on now. Welcome to the 5 o'clock news here, where we have had a busy afternoon with severe thunderstorms aplenty out there. Now, the main actual tropical event, as far as the leftovers of what was Arthur, that's still coming on in as we go through later on tonight. So this is kind of the opening band for the concert, if you will. And so we've had some storms that have been kicking it. This is the Dublin area where things are looking a little bit better now and also feeling better. The heat index just about an hour and a half ago was 112 degrees in Dublin. That just shows you how much humidity is in the atmosphere. The heat, yeah, that was there. I mean, 90 degrees, not that bad, but dew points in the mid 80s. That is a crazy number for humidity. That tells you the tropical thing. So we'll say gusty winds as we go on through tonight and some heavy rain. There's a look at the numbers. 70s on the board. These are the actual numbers, and they look a lot better. This is some rain-cooled air. And as we look at the humidity levels, we're still looking at mid 70s, but some of this was 83, 84. For a dew point, it's very rare to see that, only in kind of a tropical environment. When you put that in with the actual temperature, this right here, again, 112. We were looking at 105, 107 in a bunch of different spots here. And now you can see what the thunderstorms are doing. They're coming in and working the atmosphere over. As far as the wind is concerned, as far as a steady wind, we're just seeing wind inside some of these storms, but a steady wind, that may pick up some more tonight as the actual low gets a little closer. All right, so a lot of color on the board here. What does all this mean? Well, anything basically I-75 westward, those red shaded boxes, that is a tornado watch. Doesn't mean we're going to see tornadoes tonight, but it's saying that the potential for a brief spin up is there. Pretty much anytime you get a landfalling tropical system, or in this case, the remnants of what was a tropical system, you're pretty much going to get a tornado watch laid down just because they're spinning the atmosphere. I mean, it's a tropical thing. So that's what that is. Let's go forward. And what we're looking at here is a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, all of this whole batch that's been coming across, we've had warnings all since shortly after 3 o'clock this afternoon, and the warnings have been going right along with it, and they just continue. And the stuff is almost out of our area. This is about to leave Sparta, Sandersville, and Wrightsville. Forsyth, this is kind of clearing up. This last batch getting through Jasper and Putnam. So really, within the next half hour or so, we shouldn't have really any severe thunderstorm warnings for our area. Let's zoom in a little bit here. And just show you the expiration times on some of this. This one right here goes until 5:30. That is just including Monroe County, mainly Jasper and Putnam now. I don't know if you're sure that's going to go to 5:30 because these storms are moving northeast at around 40 miles an hour, so they have some giddy up on them. This one here in our northeast corner, let's see if we can get it to grab it. Not that one. Let's go, all right, we're going to try to go right here and see if it'll go. So there we go. We're looking at Washington County, getting into Johnson County, going until 5:15. Again, you can see that most of the storm stuff here is actually already clearing, definitely clearing of Sandersville and almost out of Washington County. Johnson County, still some thunderstorms there, have been rolling through the Wrightsville area. As we roll the map on down, we don't see any warnings down here, but we do have some thunderstorms. Again, Dublin, that was a welcome storm that came through just a little while ago, again, because it really brought the heat down. This in Telfair earlier, down around Tifton, had a severe thunderstorm warning with it. Not the case now. This is a garden variety thunderstorm here. And as far as our southwest corner, all is quiet for now. But as we zoom the map out, you can see the remaining severe thunderstorm warnings that we have. And once this leaves, that's over. Once this so by 5:30 for sure, I think that's it. Now, my theory here on this is that it's hot, it's super muggy, or it was. A lot of energy, a lot of instability out there. Perfect environment for storms to come in and just do what they're doing. They're ripping all the way across here with a lot of energy. We're turning the atmosphere over. All you got to do is go outside and you can tell the difference. It's still warm, it's still muggy, but it is not just like, wow, hot and crazy muggy out there. So we're changing the atmosphere over. The reason I mention that is because the main leftovers of the tropical system are still back here in Alabama. So we'll see what happens when this gets here. Does it, it's going to run into some air that's already been turned over. Now, there's not even severe weather with any of this back here, but you do see kind of a line of thunderstorms. This is going to be, this part right here is mainly why the tornado watch is out, is because of this area as the low is spinning farther toward the east here. So I would say the majority of what we're going to see tonight is going from yellow polygons to green ones, which are flash flood warnings. Too much rain in a short amount of time and that may be what we see as we go on through tonight. Let's see here if we can get this to jump over from here. I wanted to show you the big picture. It's going to get there in just a second. There it is right here. So you can see all the severe thunderstorm warnings going with that leading edge. But again, all this atmosphere is being turned over now. But if you slide on over toward the west here, you can kind of see the low spinning. All this rain still has to come through here. And so we'll see how it plays out tonight. There's some gaps in there, and we may see some gaps in coverage here for a little bit, but then the main part comes on through tonight. Again, where this all lines up, trying to figure out where the rainfall totals are going to be greatest, it's just going to be watching and really seeing what it does. You know, how much of this holds together because it's running into a little bit more of a stable atmosphere. We'll see. But I do think, there's one severe thunderstorm warning down there along that line now, but I think the majority of any sort of threat for severe weather for us is what we're seeing now. I'm not saying there's nothing else possible for later tonight, but just given the way the atmosphere is and what it was and what it is now, I think as far as that, man, just one after another severe thunderstorm warning, I think we're almost done with that as it's moving across. But we'll see how it goes. Coming up in a little bit, we'll dive in on Future View's take for the rest of tonight. It is still the original plan was that we may see an isolated shower storm. This is definitely a little bit more than isolated this afternoon. And then as we head on through tonight, steady rain like what we're seeing back here, some gusty winds still to go, not so much from thunderstorms, but just from the actual low as it comes on through. So we'll walk through all that in the 7-day with a much better looking weekend, by the way. It comes up in a few minutes. Lori, I think we're going to go over to you, but first I wanted to tell you about the 24/7 radar. The great day to have this. Scan the QR code and it'll take you to get 13 WMAZ Plus. Get on that live radar 24/7. Wonderful thing to have. So even if we're not on or whatever, you can watch the radar all the time. Now, Lori, hello.
Thanks a lot, Ben. We appreciate you. As we continue to monitor the weather as it moves into our area, we're hearing reports of damage across the area. Houston County EMA Director Chris Stoner says there are down power lines blocking parts of 341 near Grace Drive. Flint Power is working on moving those lines out of the way. Sheriff Sills in Putnam County says they've heard reports of a few downed trees near Bradley and Twin Bridges Road. We'll continue to keep you updated on those reports. You can also find live updates right now on our website, 13WMAZ.com. Other big news tonight, we are continuing our coverage on a missing woman in Twiggs County. The sheriff's office says 73-year-old Vicki Meskimen, who has dementia, was last seen on Longstreet Road in Cochran. That's a rural area near the Twiggs County line. She was last seen in this area around 9 o'clock last night. Madison Ricks is live in that area where crews have been searching. Madison, what can you share with us tonight?
Yes, Lori, maybe 30 minutes ago, maybe even a little longer than that, they even brought out bloodhounds to further their searching. You can still see, a large family presence and police officers still out here as they are continuing their search. And they've been at this search for hours since earlier this morning. And they've been looking for Vicki Meskimen, and her family and law enforcement. They're still at it like I was showing you. And in those hours, they continue to canvass near their home where she was last seen and the woods and fields around it. Searchers have spent hours combing the woods and fields near Meskimen's house where she was last seen. Helicopters have joined the effort as crews on the ground continue pushing through the area, and so far there's still no sign of her.
It will, because this area is very rural, a lot of heavy wooded areas that's very thick. Those first few hours are very important due to you can feel the heat and humidity out here right now.
And like I showed you a little bit earlier, the family and law enforcement, they're all gathered around the house, continuing all hands on deck searching for her. And they're going to continue to do this throughout the night. And I am live in Twiggs County. Madison Ricks, 13 WMAZ News.
Thank you, Madison. If you see Vicki Meskimen or if you know where she is, call 911. New tonight, 2 teenagers face charges accused of stealing a car and running from deputies. Officials say 2 14-year-olds approached the driver at a gas station in Bolingbrook asking for a ride to Athens. When the driver declined and walked inside the convenience store, the teens allegedly stole the car. When the deputy tried to stop them on the highway, they say the teens tried to take off but lost control and crashed in a ditch. Law enforcement says the teens then ran to the Walmart on Zebulon Road where they were arrested. Both teens have been charged with theft. Monroe County homeowners will see something kind of surprising in their mailboxes next week. The county is mailing property assessment notices, and many people will notice a big jump in their home's listed value. But commissioners stress a higher assessment does not mean a higher tax bill. The county raised average residential property values by 38% after freezing them last year. At the same time, commissioners are planning two millage rate cuts they say will offset that increase. Voters approved a new floating local option sales tax in May, and the county says that revenue, along with new commercial growth, will help push property tax rates down by more than 5 mils this fall.
What you were concerned about is that the bottom right hand of that is a dollar figure, and you have to write a check for that. If that dollar figure is lower, that's the important thing for the citizen.
Assessment notices go out in the mail Monday. If you disagree with your assessed value, you can contact the Monroe County Tax Assessor's Office. Property owners can also appeal to the Board of Equalization. The county will adopt the final millage rate this fall, and tax bills go out in November. If you're a Georgia National Fair goer, you may be paying more to get through the gates this year. For the first time, children between ages 3 and 10 will need a ticket costing $5. Adult admission staying at $15 if you pay with a card, but if you pay cash at the gate, that price jumps to $20. Marketing Director Aaron Flanoy says the increase was necessary.
From 2019 up until now, the cost of the fair to put on the fair has gone up over 40%. And so we want to make sure that we are keeping in line with that, and raising prices is going to help us with some of those cost increases.
Flanoy says putting on the fair, it certainly is not cheap. Entertainment alone costs more than $1 million a year. And it's not just the shows. She says since 2021, security costs have doubled, now also topping $1 million. So here at 13 WMAZ, we are celebrating the nation's birthday by highlighting everyday Americans doing extraordinary things. Gerald Plantation has been part of Georgia's history since 1847. The family-owned farm operated until 1965, and that's when the last generation sold the property to the state as a historic site. Derek Jackson has served as park ranger, manager, and ranger since 2018. He is passionate about sharing its history, preserving the land, and protecting endangered species. It's now 50 years since Gerald Plantation opened to the public, and the site will celebrate with a July 4th event.
So this year is Gerald Plantation Historic Site's 50th anniversary, being open to the public as a place of education. And one of the earliest events and the oldest events that we've done here is our Old Time Fourth celebration. And it's really a chance to show people a lot of the farm work that was done here. We always have farm skill demonstrations like blacksmithing, weaving.
So the event costs $9 for adults, and it includes a dramatic reading of the Declaration of Independence, just like in July of 1776. It's happening on Gerald Plantation Road in Jones County. A reminder, as we go to break, you can stream our 24/7 radar all night long as storms roll through our area. You can find it over on 13 WMAZ Plus right now.
Okay, a busy afternoon watching thunderstorms, and this is what we call a green screen right here. So what we're going to try to show you is the Skycam shot in the Dublin area, one of the last few spots that had thunderstorms just a little while ago. Just imagine that you're seeing a roadway with some cars out there, some clouds in the distance, and most of the rain has already come and gone. So this is a good behind the scenes thing for the kiddos at home going, how does he do that? Is he really pointing at something? No, it's a green wall and there are monitors off to the side. The current number in the Dublin area, guys, if we need to take it full, we can. Or even anything. There it is right there. All right, so there is the Skycam shot. What we're looking at is 73. Now get this, a little while ago, the heat index in Dublin was 112 degrees. That's nuts. What's crazy about it, which is what drove it to that, was the heat, obviously, we had 90 degrees, but also we had humidity levels, dew points in the mid 80s, which is very rare to see something like that. So as we head through tonight, we'll eventually drop down more. We already have some 70s on the board. This is the thing for tonight. Heavy rain possible in pockets, gusty winds as well. As far as the overall severe threat, my hunch tells me that the majority of the main, severe threat is what we've been seeing this afternoon. We've had all the heat, humidity, still have some warm stuff, and definitely have the humidity, not as much as what we saw a little bit earlier. The heat index is down a ton. Again, all these kind of numbers, 105, 107, 112, all that was out here, and these storms came in and just put the fire out. So you can see for yourself that the atmosphere is being what we call turned over. So in other words, just loaded up with energy, instability, the whole thing to make thunderstorms and those that are strong to severe. A lot of that's being eaten up now. So what I'm saying is that should help us as we go into later tonight. Maybe we'll still have some rumbles of thunder and some gusty winds. But as far as the big, just one severe thunderstorm warning after another, hopefully this is kind of changing that. What are these red counties, you may say? Well, that's the tornado watch, which is out until 11 o'clock tonight. It's basically from I-75 westward. And the reason it's there, it goes all the way down with where the remnants of that tropical system are. And really, this is a standard thing. Whenever you see a landfalling tropical system, or even one, in this case, the remnants of one, you're pretty much going to see tornado watches just laid out there, just in case, because you're talking about there is spin in the atmosphere. There is a post-tropical system that's rotating. So sometimes with rotation out there, you can get little brief spin-ups. They usually don't last very long. It's not like some huge tornado thing, but something to keep an eye on. But it's not a guarantee that we're going to see that as we go through tonight. Let's go up top. This is going to trying to get it to grab. It's grabbing some of this other data here, but you can see for yourself here for Jasper, Putnam, and Jones County still. This goes until 5:30. It does go on up into some of these other counties. It's just not listing ours on the southern end, but DeKalb, Fulton, Gwinnett, and all that's in there. So we're looking at Monticello to Eatonton, another round coming in for Lake Oconee. I don't think it's going to be as strong as what you just saw. Oconee, Sinclair had a ½ inch to an inch in diameter hail, a lot of lightning. Definitely not the best day to have been on the lake, so hopefully people saw the dark skies and hit the road from that. As we go on over, you can see Hancock County, a little piece of a severe thunderstorm warning for a little bit longer. All this other stuff is already getting on out of our area. So most of this sort of, as I've been calling it, the opening band, or the appetizer, I guess, before dinner, most of this is leaving away. I know I'm running over my time here, but I wanted to show you this big picture right here. Which is going to show you not only the thunderstorms that we have here now, but this is the main thing still to come through later tonight. So we're talking about, let's see, there's a new beep going off there now. Let me check on what that is. But this is still what's coming through tonight with some heavy rain at times and some gusty winds. The tornado watch that is out is still primarily for this part right here. We'll see how that goes as it comes on across as we go through tonight. Let us take there's the storm outlook. We did get bumped up into a level 2. I did promise that we're going to look at future views. So here's a look at tonight. Again, we'll see. It may not play out exactly like this, but this is a general idea. Most of this line that it's showing here now is way down here. So the idea is there, though, that there's still the possibility of some heavy rain to go through, maybe some gusty winds, 10, 11 o'clock tonight, getting on into midnight, and then moving on across as we go into 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. So it's still going to take some time to get all this rain on through here. It might just be that it's some pockets of steady rain, heavy rain at times, maybe some gusty winds, a couple of rumbles, and that's it. I'm hoping that's kind of how this is going to play out from here on out, but we'll see. All right, here is the 7-day. I do believe I'm going to disappear rapidly, folks, so that you can see the whole thing. But the weather impact alert is going on now, obviously, and it does go into tomorrow morning early, well, basically overnight tonight, and then that's it. A smaller chance tomorrow afternoon and maybe a pop-up shower. Saturday and Sunday looking mainly dry, so getting in just in time for Father's Day weekend for some great looking stuff right there, and the humidity actually down a touch too. So we get this stuff through here tonight, and you can see it continues the same thing as we get on into next week. So the coming hours, mainly steady rain, sometimes heavy, maybe some rumbles and some gusty winds. Hopefully that's it for the severe thunderstorm mornings, but we'll see, and I'll have more on that coming up in a little bit. I ate a lot of your time, Lori. You still over there?
I'm going over here, and you can have all the time you need, my friend, because we are talking about weather. Want to show you some of the video that we've seen from the storms moving in. They start around 4 o'clock and doing just a little bit of damage. We have video from Dexter sent in, excuse me, by a viewer. This was taken around 4:30, and you can see just downpour. And a viewer in South Houston County sent us this video. You can see the rain coming down. Also, a small fire. See that fire there in the tree from a nearby power pole. Again, so far we're seeing about 4,000 outages on the Georgia Power outage map. About 3,500 of those are in Houston County. So please be careful. Remember, when it's safe to do so, please send us your pictures of storm damage. You can text them to 478-752-1309. Make sure you tell us your name and where you took the photo, and you might see it right here on 13 WMAZ. I'm sure you are well aware this year marks the 250th birthday of the United States. Here at 13 WMAZ, we're celebrating by highlighting everyday Americans doing extraordinary things. Tonight, a park ranger at a historic site in Jones County is dedicated to preserving the past and sharing it with future generations. Ellie Milliken shares his story.
A place filled with chickens, history, and nature. Since 2018, Derek Jackson has served as park manager and ranger at Gerald Plantation Historic Site. He helps visitors there connect with more than a century of Georgia history.
Just the way that you can learn so much from a historical artifact or a historical place. And that just was such a passion of mine that I was trying to find somewhere that I could do that professionally.
That passion now helps tell the story of a farm that operated from 1847 until 1965. Jackson says his job is more than maintaining buildings.
One of the things that keeps me going as a park ranger and keeps me here at this site is really the challenge of interpreting Georgia's history for a modern audience and finding ways to communicate some of the more difficult topics.
Those stories include the lives of enslaved people, farmers, teachers, and families who shaped this property and the community around it. As a ranger, Jackson also helps preserve the land and protect wildlife for future generations.
As a park ranger for Georgia State Parks, our mission is to protect the natural beauty of the state, but also the historic integrities.
As America prepares to celebrate 250 years of independence, Jackson believes understanding history helps us shape the future.
The opportunity to make those changes that we really want to see, we can really fight back against injustices that we see. And I think a big part of that comes back to learning the history and understanding what our history is. So
for Jackson, being American is about more than celebrating history. It's about learning from it. In Jones County, Ellie Milliken, 13 WMAZ News.
We plan to feature these stories of ordinary Americans doing extraordinary things right up until America's 250th birthday. If you know someone in your community we should highlight, tell us about them. Send an email to news@13WMAZ.com, and we just may share their red, white, and you story on 13WMAZ. Stick with us. We'll be right back. Thanks for staying with us. Crews in Twiggs County still searching for a missing elderly woman. It's one of 5 things to know at 5:30. The Twiggs County Sheriff's Office says 73-year-old Vicki Miskamin, who has dementia, was last seen around 9 o'clock last night on Long Street Road in Cochran. That's a rural area near the Twiggs County line. Officials say if you see Miskamin, call 911. Two teens face charges tonight accused of stealing a car from a Bolingbroke gas station and running from deputies. Officials say the 14-year-olds asked the driver for a ride to Athens before stealing the vehicle. When they were spotted on the highway, the teens tried to run but lost control and crashed in a ditch. They were later found off of Zebulon Road. Both teens have been charged with theft. Macon Water Authority board member Elaine Lucas pushing for a deeper investigation after a complaint was filed against her last month. The complaint alleges her body language and tone after an argument over travel expenses made an employee feel threatened. Lucas says the claim is retaliation for her questions about finances. Board Chair Gary Bechtel says a third party is reviewing the complaint and maintains the authority's finances are sound. Pep Boys released its list of the top cities for car breakdowns. According to new data, Texas and Arizona dominated the top 10, with San Antonio, El Paso, Phoenix, and Tucson listed as the top cities where breakdowns occur frequently. Two Florida cities also made the list, Orlando and Jacksonville. Pep Boys says the higher temperatures cause cars to overheat faster, which weakens battery performance. Scottish soccer fans in Boston are proving they can drink just about anyone under the table. Beer company Sam Adams says the fans drank all the brand's Boston lager at its Massachusetts tap room this weekend. To put that amount in context, the company says they drank 4 times the amount the tap room usually sells during a holiday weekend. The tap room received an emergency delivery Saturday, so the fans can continue to say bottoms up.
All right, weather impact alert. We're in it now. We've been talking about it for many days, where we would see the remnants of what was Tropical Storm Arthur moving through, and that's what's going on now. One wave of rain that came through a little earlier here in the Macon area, some thunderstorms, one severe storm here. We've had a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. And what it's done is, and these two maps right here, important, maybe 3. Where it's going to show the temperature a lot better. We're not sitting in the 90s, so those numbers have come down thanks to some rain-cooled air. Still have a lot of humidity. That's not going to change. These numbers, however, are a little bit lower. We saw some dew points a little earlier this afternoon, 84 degrees for a dew point. That is crazy high. That is a ton of humidity. So when you factor that in with the temperature, we had a heat index in Dublin of 112. All these places were like 107, 109. Well, now you can see what the rain has done. These storms have been coming in and kind of putting the fire out and turning the atmosphere over. That's important because we still have stuff from Alabama coming this way. The main show, this was like the opening band. There was a huge drum section and guitars. This thing's been making a lot of racket coming through, but the main like tropical-esque kind of thing is still to come on through. And hopefully the idea is that we've worked the atmosphere over enough that some of that you can see over on the left side of your screen, and when it comes in, will not have a whole lot to work with. And we're not really seeing severe weather over there anyway. I think really what it's going to be tonight is mainly just some heavy, steady rain at times, some rumbles of thunder, and some gusty winds out there. The red shaded areas that you see over there, that's a tornado watch, which goes mainly from kind of I-75 westward, just in case there's like a brief spin up. We haven't seen anything like that though. So far, so good on that. I wanted to show you this up here that goes to the last severe thunderstorm warning as they continue on up toward Augusta, heading into South Carolina. So for us, that may be it as far as severe weather, unless something fires up along this line. What line, you say? Let us go to that picture. We'll see if that's going to pop up for us. There it is right here. So there's the bulk of all the stuff that just came through making all the noise a little bit ago. It is heading on up toward Augusta, into Athens, on over toward South Carolina. There is going to be a little bit of a lull here. So for the next couple of hours, we may not see much of anything. All right, so there was this and then kind of a break, and then the main thing starts to come on in. Let's see if I can get that zoomed in a little bit better for you here. So what you can see is this moving away, and then from Columbus on down, this area right here is still within that tornado watch area that's in our western counties. This part could have a little brief spin up. We haven't seen that yet. I've been looking for hours here, so we're not looking at anything rotating. My guess is that most of this is going to be kind of gusty winds, some rumbles, and some rain, and this will continue as we go through tonight. On the way in a little bit, we'll take a look at Future View and see what it thinks for how this may play out as we go through the late hours. The 24/7 radar, great thing to have, and more people are getting this. Definitely a day like today is important. Scan the QR code. It'll show you how to get it. It's on 13 WMAZ Plus. That's where it all is, streaming, and boy, having a radar right there at your fingertips all the time. Good thing to have.
Certainly is. Thank you, Ben. We are just one day away from the Juneteenth holiday, and celebrations are picking up across central Georgia. Saturday, Glorious Hope Baptist Church will host its Jubilee celebration, honoring African American freedom and the rich culture that remains in Macon today. They'll have games, live music, and a few vendors you can shop. This runs from noon until 4. They're located on Napier Avenue. On Sunday, the 4th annual Juneteenth parade rolls through downtown Macon. This is video from past years. They're going to have lots of floats, performers, and even some music throughout the night. The parade starts at 4:30, and they'll have fireworks at 9. And that parade will close a few roads downtown. The sheriff's office says parts of Cherry, 2nd, Poplar, and 5th Street will be closed starting at 11 a.m. Deputies say those roads will reopen once the parade wraps up, likely around 6. They say you also won't be able to park in those areas starting at 7 a.m. Sunday. New York City buzzing with excitement as the Knicks parade rolled through town. What fans are saying about the team's historic championship run. A reminder, as we head to break, you can stream our 24/7 radar all night long as storms roll through our area. You can find it on 13 WMAZ Plus right now. The New York Knicks parade around their hometown today following their historic NBA championship win against the San Antonio Spurs. As Jared Hill reports, more than 1 million fans lined the streets to celebrate the team's first championship win in more than 50 years.
A celebration 53 years in the making.
Let's go, Knicks!
Knicks star center Karl Anthony Towns took pictures with excited fans who showed up to honor the NBA champs.
Exhilarating. I've been waiting for this all my life.
The Knicks' victory against San Antonio in Game 5 electrified the city.
Celebration for the ages. That's going to be remembered for a while. That's what I'm hoping for.
Millions of people stood shoulder to shoulder behind barricades in lower Manhattan, many arriving hours before the event began.
I woke up at 5 a.m. I know there's some people that have been here since 12, but I give them their props.
New York's mayor has said that the Knicks parade could be the largest in the city's history. And to keep the celebration safe, 10,000 members of NYPD have been deployed, the most ever for any event in New York City.
Cops are talking to us, we're giving head nods, everybody's unified.
The players travel through the Canyon of Heroes.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be here in the greatest city in the whole wide world.
Capped off with a celebration at City Hall.
Time after time, we thought about the worst possible scenario. And time after time, the Knicks went out there and did something about it.
Somehow, some way, I knew we were going to find a way to get this done.
Where they receive another traditional tribute, the keys to the city. Alicia Keys' Empire State of Mind has become an anthem for Knicks fans.
Knicks owner James Dolan confirmed the team will visit the White House, though a date has not yet been selected.
All right, weather impact alert. Well, we've been talking about it all week, and we are in it now. We've already had quite the round of severe thunderstorm warnings this afternoon. And again, there's a possibility that might be it for our severe weather for tonight, but we're going to keep an eye out on the rest of this stuff that still has to come in from Alabama. You can see the low-hanging clouds after we had some storms roll through the Macon area just a little while ago. Again, some different numbers. 69 degrees in Monticello, Forsyth, after we were at 90. Heat index well over 100. I keep picking on Dublin because the number was, like the heat, the actual temperature like 90 plus, but the heat index 112 this afternoon. These dew point levels are still very high out there, but they were incredibly high earlier. We had just a powder keg out there with mid 80s for dew points. Very odd to have that. Mainly in a tropical atmosphere, you're going to see that. So the heat index, you can see it's been rolled over. That's important, again, because we are turning the atmosphere over. We're stabilizing things a little bit more. There's still more stuff to come in from Alabama, but the idea usually is that once you do all this and really work this out and scour it out, that there's not as much to work with for this next round that comes in, and usually it's just going to be a little bit tamer and just maybe some rumbles of thunder there. So a lot going on right here. These yellow polygons, they're going to fall off the screen. The storms have already left the area. So the storms, any severe weather for us is all over now for now. It's all gone toward the north and east. These red counties, that is a tornado watch. It's for mainly 75 westward and goes all the way back down into Alabama. So as we look at the core of our area, what we're seeing is now kind of a lull. Everything's rolling through. We're actually going to go probably rain-free for maybe a couple hours or so, and then there's just going to be a question of how does this hold together out toward the west. And again, you can see this little lull area right through here. Let's move on over. I want to show you the big picture. Remember, all this was what we were tracking coming in from the coast of Texas, the western Gulf, and then coming up this way. But now we'll kind of zoom in into where the lull is and then where the main thing, it's hard to say the main thing after what we just had come through here, but the possibility of still some steadier rain coming through tonight. But one thing I wanted you to see, just to test to see how this goes tonight, the theory of working the atmosphere over, does it change how much rain or thunderstorm activity we see? Notice all this yellow here where it's kind of starting to kind of fizzle out. We'll see. I think there's still going to be this edge here coming on across. I'm not sure how it's going to play out as it gets here, but I think at least some gusty winds, maybe not any warnings there. Could be 1 or 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Just to show you, we did get upgraded into a level 2 today from a level 1. And it makes sense. We've been seeing the severe weather. Future View shows that as we go on into, say, 8, 9 o'clock, I'm not saying it's going to look exactly like this. This is, again, just this model trying to figure out what it could look like. But it does go with that lull for a little bit, and then we get into this. So this is around maybe 8 o'clock or so, 8, 9 o'clock. I don't know if it's all going to be up here. Most of this is down here. You just saw it on the map a minute ago, so I don't know if it's all going to be stronger up here. It may be kind of, I don't know, I-20 southward, but we'll see how it goes. This is going to be 10, 11 o'clock tonight, getting into 11 o'clock midnight. 1 to 2. No guarantee that it's still going like this. I mean, it may just get on through here and we're done with it earlier, but it could go as long as maybe 2, 3 in the morning, and then we'll finally broom it out. Then we get into tomorrow morning, some stuff maybe in our southern counties, and then everything kind of dances away. Can't rule out a pop-up shower or two as we get into tomorrow afternoon. This will take us into Saturday. Great news, just in time for the weekend. Not a zero rain chance, but much lower, and some lower humidity, definitely the farther north you go. For Saturday, again, still the potential for some rain. There's Sunday, but not nearly what we're seeing now. And as we get into Father's Day, some great looking stuff out there. Rainfall totals, we've already been seeing a ton, obviously, out there with the storms that have been coming through. This does not mean this is the way it's going to play out, but the idea is there that we still could see another inch or two in some spots. Most of it, obviously, still back toward the south and west. Okay, guys, I'm going to hot button on over to the 7-day. I think I'll disappear maybe here in a second. The weather impact alert is now into the late night hours tomorrow. That little bit of red over there is just in case in the early morning hours, which is technically still Friday. And then a little chance tomorrow afternoon and maybe something popping up. We'll call it 20% at best for both days this weekend, but a much better weekend just in time for Dad to get out there and mow the grass. What a gift. And then next week, just kind of 20% chances across the board. So we'll continue to cover this as we go on through tonight. There's still more rain to come.
Thank you, Ben. Today in Butler, a new ice cream shop celebrated its grand opening. Tailor-Made Ice Cream says they're the only shop in Central Georgia serving rolled ice cream. It costs just under $8 per cup. They also serve regular ice cream and banana splits. The shop is managed by Deborah Shields. She's a junior in high school and learned how to make rolled ice cream by watching TikTok. The shop is a family affair. Her dad, Derek, well, he's the assistant manager.
It means the world to us. Like I said, it's family owned, and we put our all into it, our hearts and all the beliefs, and we enjoy the community to come out and just enjoy it with us.
Now, some of the top sweet treats. The shop also features arcade games, slot machines, and vending machines where you can buy Lunchables, wigs, nails, and eyelashes. As we go to break, checking in once again on our 24/7 radar. You can stream it live all night long over on 13W, MAZ+, and watch the storms roll through in real time. Download it on your TV and watch for free. A notable matchup in the Men's World Cup today between South Africa and the Czech Republic, ending in a 1-1 draw. As both teams battled it out on the field, some key women made sure everyone was playing by the rules. Nicole Valdez explains how those referees are breaking barriers.
It takes years, sometimes decades of training, practice, and determination to make it to the World Cup.
Check to confirm.
And that's true for the officials, too, including Tori Penso, the mother of 3, started refereeing at age 14 and spent years reffing the National Women's League before her current job with Major League Soccer.
Didn't take long. Here's the call.
Review, number 29 is in offside position. Final decision is no goal.
In 2023, Penso became the first American, man or woman, to referee a Women's World Cup final. Now she's the first American woman to referee a Men's World Cup match, working alongside 2 other Americans, assistant referees Brooke Mayo and Catherine Nesbitt.
All 3 of these women have broken new ground here in MLS. The assignment really isn't about just making history for history's sake. It's also about recognizing 3 of the best officials in the world.
We know that the more we perform and perform at a very high level, we're creating space for others behind us.
Last year, Penso spoke with CBS affiliate WKMG about what it meant to be a trailblazer.
And I look up and I see the little girls in the stands, their eyes just glowing when they see us. I mean, that's motivation for me.
And because we've got more teams playing this year, which means more matches overall, the tournament assembled a record 170 match officials, including 52 referees.
Capabilities and skills is actually what you look at.
Soccer fans headed to the France-Senegal match are happy to see barriers coming down.
I think it's very important. There's a lot of female athletes who really love the sport, so I think it's a good image for them and a very good inspiration.
In a statement, Penso tells CBS News this experience is one she'll tell her grandkids about one day.
Well, stormy afternoon. We've had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings today with all the stuff that's been coming across through here. Every bit of this has had yellow polygons going along with it. These red counties that you see, that's the tornado watch, which goes from our area all the way back down into Alabama, just in case some of this that comes on through over the next hours has any sort of spin to it. I've seen nothing rotating in any of this. Most of this is just kind of here usually just in case when you have a landfalling tropical system or the remnants of that. So we take that away, and just to kind of move things over, you can see thunderstorms more to come as we go through the next couple of hours, and then steady rain behind all that, which will be coming through even into late tonight. So still a long way to go. More to talk about coming up at the 6 o'clock show. We're back here in 2.5.
I lost everything again. It's like a nightmare. It's done. I have to bulldoze it down. It's gone. That's so much water.
Severe weather causing tornadoes, destroying homes, and flooding streets across the southeast. And as we come on the air tonight, that system is moving into central Georgia. The effects of Tropical Storm Arthur have battered the southeast, causing this damage in Louisiana. Now we're tracking the system as it brings the potential for severe weather to central Georgia. And with heavy storms already and more than 5,000 power outages, we have issued a weather impact alert. So let's get straight over to Chief Meteorologist Ben Jones. Ben, how are we looking out there now?
Well, Lori, it's been an active afternoon, that's for sure, with numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. You can see the clouds hanging low here after we had the storms that came through the Macon area and many areas. There have been a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings today. 78, it feels like 81. That's a lot better than what we had. We had a ton of heat and humidity. The heat index was large. You can see the numbers are much better. I mean, 69 degrees in Forsyth, that's a big change. 70s in many spots. Still a lot of humidity. And then normally you'd look at upper 70s for dew points and say, ugh. We had 84 in some spots for dew points today. So the heat index, which you couldn't tell it now because the storms have come through and just totally turned things upside down. But a heat index in Dublin this afternoon was 112. Some of these other places, 106, 107, 109. I mean, some crazy numbers. So this is important because as we go through tonight, this main round is through, and all of this, as it was coming along, had these yellow polygons. Just one severe thunderstorm warning after another. All this is off toward the north and east now, but there's still more to go from Alabama. The idea usually is, and I talk about this a lot, is once we turn the atmosphere over, kind of get all the instability out. Usually when this next stuff comes in, it doesn't have a whole lot to work with as far as having some big punch. And my hunch is that that's not going to be the case. We're not going to see a whole lot of that. Mainly just rain, rumbles, maybe some gusty winds. The red counties here, those are tornado watch counties, and that's from here, from Macon over west, heading into Alabama, because whenever you have a landfalling tropical system or even the remnants of one like this, it's like standard procedure to lay down some tornado watches, just in case, because there's spin in the atmosphere. I mean, the whole thing spins. Normally they would be small, short-lived, little brief spin-ups. We haven't seen anything like that. All right, so that's what that is. Notice we're in a lull right now, maybe for the next couple hours or so, and then this kind of leading edge of the leftovers of the tropical thing coming in. Maybe there's a warning with it. There's only one or two down in parts of southeast Alabama. But again, these are untouched areas that still have a lot of heat and humidity and instability. We don't have that. So this may just stay kind of tame, maybe some rumbles as it comes through. We'll see. As we look at the big picture, you can see still all this to come through as we go through tonight. But notice yellow and red starting to go green. I'm curious to see how this is going to play out as we go through tonight. Does it kind of shrink down a little bit into just more? I mean, there's still going to be steady rain. I don't know. We'll see how this thing goes. As far as the severe threat, that might be it for us, unless this still has a couple of tricks up the sleeve here. But this makes sense because this was in the hottest part of the day. If this had come through at night, we wouldn't have seen these kind of storms like this, but it was right during the powder keg time of the day. So we'll see how it plays out tonight, but we still have definitely in the next couple hours some rumbles, some gusty winds, some steady rain still to go. I'll break all the timing down coming up in a few minutes.
Thank you, Ben. With the possibility of severe weather, make sure to track rain in real time with our 24/7 radar. Scan the QR code on your screen, download 13WMAZ Plus, and stream our live radar loop for free. We did have some strong storms, as Ben mentioned, moving like around 4 o'clock, and we're getting our first look at some of the video taken during that heavy rain. This is video from Dexter sent in by a viewer. It was taken around 4:30, and you can see just a downpour. And a viewer in South Houston County sent us this video. You can see the rain coming down, but also check that out, a small fire from a nearby power pole. Again, so far we're seeing about 4,000 outages on the Georgia Power outage map. About 3,500 of those are in Baldwin County. Remember, when it's safe to do so, you can send us pictures of storm damage. Text them to 478-752-1309. Make sure to tell us your name and where you took the photo, and you might see it right here on 13WMAZ. And with storms possible tonight, now's the time to make sure you're ready. Charge your phone, know where to go if a warning is issued, and bring your plants and pets inside. If you live in a mobile home or an area that floods often, think through your plan before the storm arrives. And one of the biggest concerns tonight, flooding. If you're driving, make sure to avoid standing water, especially tonight after dark when it's harder to tell how deep it is. Emergency officials always say, turn around, don't drown. And when we spoke to Houston County EMA Director Chris Stoner last year, he told us the best way to stay safe is to be weather aware.
Biggest thing is have a way to receive notifications, emergency notifications. Most of the severe threat is overnight, so you need to have a way of being woken up should that threat occur.
To get those weather alerts, download the 13WMAZ mobile app. You can get it in the App Store or scan the QR code on your screen. Once you get the app, be sure to sign up for notifications. You'll get the latest weather and news alerts sent right to your phone. Tonight's potential severe weather causing some delays at the world's busiest airport. According to FlightAware, as of 5 this afternoon, 30% of today's flights into Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport in Atlanta have been delayed. This is a live look at the airport, where more than 700 flights have been delayed, 19 canceled. If you're planning to fly tonight or tomorrow, officials are urging you to check your flight plans and be ready for delays. Tonight, deputies continue to search for a missing elderly woman in Twiggs County. The sheriff's office says 73-year-old Vicki Meskimen, who has dementia, was last seen on Long Street Road in Cochrane. That's in a rural area near the Twiggs-Bleckley County line. Madison Ricks has been there all day and has more about the search and how it's been going. Madison, what can you tell us?
Yes, Lori, it has been several hours since the search started this morning. And I don't know if you can see, but there are a lot of families still back there where she was last seen at her home. And that is Vicki Miskimen's family. And law enforcement, they both have still been at it. And in those hours, they have continued to canvass near their home. They have also, looked in fields and the woods around here. And, they even brought in bloodhounds in the last hour or so to continue their search. This is the sound of a search that has been going on for hours.
My mama went over there this morning and she wasn't there, so we've been searching everywhere.
And Vicki Miskimen's family has been searching high and low to find her since around 7 Thursday morning.
Probably thousands of acres of cornfield, head high. She could be anywhere.
And several law enforcement agencies have been alongside them, flying a helicopter, riding four-wheelers, and searching on foot.
Those first few hours are very important due to you can feel the heat and humidity out here right now. Not knowing when the victims last had something to drink, or right now dehydration's a big concern.
But Chief Deputy Buddy Long says there are challenges in this search, the weather and the rural area.
A lot of heavy wooded areas that's very thick.
Despite this, he says they'll keep eyes in the sky and on the ground until they find her.
It's going to last till we find her. We'll be here till we locate her.
Like I said earlier, the family is back there all gathered around, all hands on deck, still searching for her, hoping to find her. And Long also said they'll continue their search as well. Reporting live in Twiggs County, Madison Ricks, 13 WMAZ News.
Thanks a lot, Madison. If you see Vicki Miskimen or you know where she might be, call 911. New at 6, a man has died after being stabbed at a hotel on Riverside Drive. That's according to the Bibb County coroner. The sheriff's office says they received the call around 3:30 this afternoon. When deputies arrived to the motel, they found 33-year-old Michael Foster stabbed. Coroner Leon Jones says the victim was rushed to the hospital where he died just before 5. So far, no arrests have been made. Just into the 13 WMAZ newsroom, traffic moving slowly on I-75 South due to this truck that's been overturned. We've reached out to the sheriff's office for more information, but right now you can see the truck blocking 2 lanes with multiple fire trucks and officers surrounding it. One person was taken to the hospital, and that's in Monroe County. A big jump in home values, but will it mean a bigger tax bill? Coming up, why Monroe County leaders say new property assessments may not cost you more. Welcome back. Soon, Monroe County homeowners could be opening some surprising mail. Property assessment notices go out Monday, and many people will see their home values jump. But before you panic, county leaders say they actually hope your taxes go down. Hunter King shares more.
Homeowners in Monroe County could see home values shoot up by tens of thousands of dollars, but Commissioner Eddie Rowland says there's more to the story.
What you are concerned about is that the bottom right hand of that is a dollar figure, and you have to write a check for that. If that dollar figure is lower, that's the important thing for the citizen.
The county raised average residential property values by 38% this cycle. Last year, the county froze residential values while it caught up on revaluing commercial and agricultural land. Now everything is revalued together, and the jump reflects 2 years of market growth hitting all at once. For context, a home assessed around $300,000 last year could come back at around $414,000 this year.
Our millage rate right now is around 11.9, and we have potentially 2 millage rate reductions.
He says the county plans to cut the millage rate by more than 5 mills this fall, which could save some homeowners up to $1,000 per year.
I voted for our last tax increase that will help us, the floss that will help us with our taxes, and I think it's beneficial to the citizens of Monroe County to do that.
Still, the final tax bill won't arrive until November. In the meantime, if your assessment looks wrong, don't just sit on it. Check your square footage, your acreage, and your home's listed condition, and then call the tax assessor's office if something doesn't add up. The assessment is not your tax bill, but how you respond to it could affect what you owe. Reporting in Monroe County, Hunter King, 13 WMAZ News.
Unfortunately, it's wraps for the Georgia Bulldogs in Omaha. Hear from the team on this historic season, plus a look at familiar territory for the MDS Cavaliers. We're talking football in a few.
Well, the rain's still coming down in places. We're in a little bit of a lull now. We had all these big storms, severe weather that came through, and now things are quiet, but there's still this stuff over in Alabama. The main leftovers from the tropical system still to go. How's that going to look for tonight? We'll get there coming up.
And don't forget, we have the radar, the 24/7 radar, going anytime on 13 WMAZ Plus. As storms move into our area, it will be very helpful. So download 13 WMAZ Plus on your TV and stream for free.
Now, the 13 WMAZ Sports Report with Sammy Costas, sponsored by Farah and Farah.
High school football squads are busy in summer workouts. Some teams are also welcoming back familiar faces. Mount DeSales has a new head football coach this season, but he's also captained the Cavaliers ship before. Robert Slocum served as head coach from 1990 to 2013, and now he's back with the Cavs.
They were looking for some structure and somebody that knew the program, knew the type of kids that we have here at Mount DeSales, and I think the kids may think I'm old school, but the game hadn't changed that much since the last time I was on the sideline. We still got to block, we still got to tackle if we want to win football games.
Coach Slocum is looking to build this team into another strong competitor here in Central Georgia. The Cavaliers only won 2 games last season. He's taking over for Coach Gray Yates, who held an overall record of 8-34 with MDS. Coach Slocum knows MDS through and through with almost a whole fam of MDS grads. He spent more than 40 years on staff and won 3 state titles as a player. He's getting a grasp on what this Mount DeSales squad brings to the table in 2026.
We've got some juniors and seniors that are providing some leadership for the younger guys, and some of these guys have been working hard since the 1st of June, and we're into our 3rd week now, and they continue to working hard. First of all, we'd like to win more games than they won last year, and but we've talked about improving from day to day, and once the season starts, we will talk about improving from week to week.
The Georgia Bulldogs conclude the 2026 season in Omaha with a loss to Oklahoma last night. This team secured several accolades and awards throughout the season. The Dogs end the season with a program record of 53 wins and won both the regular season and SEC tournament titles. Part of the Bulldogs' work included a clear mindset of wanting to enjoy the game they love.
One of the messages before the first game of Omaha was, look at all these kids in the stands and, make them believe that baseball's fun, baseball's focused, and when you're doing both of those, you come out on the right side of things, and I think that you play good baseball, and I think that was just our identity this season, and I think it worked.
The 13 WMAZ Sports Report, sponsored by Farah and Farah.
All right, weather impact alert. Been talking about it all week. We're definitely in it right now. We've had round after round of severe thunderstorm warnings this afternoon. Here is a look over the fairgrounds in Perry. All is quiet now. 79, that's much better. And as you look at these numbers, they're all much better. We were up 90 plus, which that in and of itself is not that bad, but the humidity has been crazy. It's still, just on a normal day, if you go out with a 78-degree dew point outside, just, it was up to 84 out there. Those are very rare humidity levels, and so the heat index was nuts. Keep picking on Dublin, but it was 112 there this afternoon. We had 105, 107, 109. Now, these numbers have cooled down, and we are seeing some numbers come back up a little bit in this little bit of a lull in between the storms that came through a little while ago, because obviously we still have a couple hours or more before sunset here. And then there's this other line that is still to come through. These red counties, that's the tornado watch, which is from basically making I-75 westward all the way down into Alabama. Kind of standard procedure whenever you have a landfalling tropical system or the remnants of one, like in this case, to throw some tornado watch stuff out there just in case. I mean, because there's spin in the atmosphere. Sometimes you'll have a little brief spin up tornado. We haven't seen anything rotating as of this point. All right, so those storms are gone. And now we're in this lull. We're waiting in the next, hour and a half, maybe hour and a half or so, getting into our western counties. The main show, if you want to call it that. That was a big show. It just came through. But I think the models were showing isolated thunderstorms out ahead of this today, and this kind of over-delivered. So we'll see what happens when this gets in here. I still think we're going to have some heavy rain, some gusty winds, and some rumbles of thunder. As far as any more severe weather, I would be doubtful because it's going to be running into an atmosphere that has already been turned over, as it were. So the instability, the heat, humidity, all the energy and all that, and there was a ton of that, has already been kind of zapped out of the atmosphere. Now, there's some still out there. Obviously, we're recovering a little bit in the southwestern counties where it's heating back up some. But we'll see how it goes as we go through tonight. But all these warnings that were coming through earlier, we're now donating them to South Carolina. Now, if you look at this line on the southern extent, you do see a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. I think, if anything, tonight, maybe instead of yellow polygons, maybe some green ones, some flash flood warnings, maybe. We'll see how that goes. It's just going to depend on how well this is holding together. A lot of yellow back there that is fizzling out into light green, too. So there's questions about how well this holds together. Check out some of these rainfall totals. These are not too crazy. I mean, 2.5 to nearly 3 inches, but look at this. When you get over into lower Alabama, parts of Mississippi here, you're talking about 20 inches of rain. So some crazy stuff over the past day or so, and as this has been trying to creep out of the Gulf, so there's where it could be worse. So as we go forward tonight, again, this is not set in stone the way this looks. This is around 8 o'clock or so, maybe earlier. And then as we go on through, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, still the potential here, 10, 11, there's 11. As we go into midnight, I don't know if it's this steady and heavy, but the possibility is there still for some maybe some gusty wind gusts, gusty wind gusts. That's exactly right. That's possible tonight. Not for everybody, but we could see 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts out there, maybe a little bit higher. We'll see how it goes. This is 1, 2 in the morning. You can see the low spinning around right here as we get into 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And that should do it. And this thing is off into the Carolinas. As we go into tomorrow, looks like a quiet day, some lower humidity, not low, but lower, coming into our northern half. There may be a pop-up shower or two as we get into the afternoon, but obviously the chances are way down. Saturday, if we see anything, maybe toward the south. So if you've been waiting to try to find your moment to get out there and mow the grass, Dad, just in time for Sunday, maybe you can get out there. What a gift, huh? So here is a look at the rainfall estimates from here on out. We've already had 2 to 3 inches of rain. You've seen we can go through tonight. These numbers aren't exact, but we still could kind of pile on some more numbers out there. All right, so here is a look at the 7-day, and what we're seeing is the red is in effect for now. The weather impact alert goes overnight into the early morning hours. That's what that red is. After that, it's done. And then tomorrow's fine. We're going to a weekend, starting to get in that normal summertime kind of thing again. 20% across the board should cover it. So still the potential for some gusty winds, some heavy rain, and some rumbles as we go through tonight. And of course, we'll keep an eye on it. All right, the big storms from earlier are through. We're waiting on the next wave to come across and just issued a tornado warning in the Columbus area. There's a little bit of rotation with that. Again, these are usually brief and short-lived. We'll keep an eye on that because that next wave is what's heading this way as we go through the next hour or so. The stream coming up on 13 WMAZ+. We'll see you there in a couple of minutes.
Hello and thanks for joining us for 13 WMAZ News at 6:30. I'm Lori Johnson. Severe weather causing tornadoes, destroying homes, and flooding streets across the southeast. And as we come on the air tonight, that system is moving towards central Georgia. Let's send it straight over to Chief Meteorologist Ben Jones with the latest.
Well, it's been a busy afternoon, Lori. As you know, we've had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings that have been coming through here with all this stuff that's been riding away. And that's gone, and now we're in kind of a lull, waiting on the second shoe to drop here, which is kind of the leading edge after what this was of the sort of leftovers of the tropical system. Yes, you see two red polygons there. Those are tornado warnings that just came out really just in the past 5 minutes. So Upson County, extreme western Upson County is included in that. And that storm is not even there yet. So you can see that one there for Chattahoochee and some other counties. And then this one for Upson, again, it's not even there yet, but it's for western parts of the county there until 7 o'clock. Let's go in and look at the velocity. And we do see two different little couplets there. So that makes sense. So there is rotation going on. And this is the first rotation we've seen all day. Most of this has been straight line winds and everything. It doesn't mean that when this system, this part continues to get into our area, that this continues with this. It is going to be moving into an area that we've already had thunderstorms and worked the atmosphere over. But anytime you have a landfalling tropical system or the remnants of one, like in this case, there is spin in the atmosphere. So it's not too out of the ordinary to see things like this. So Columbus, so again, this is still off toward the west for us. The thing with these sort of tropical-like tornado signatures like this is usually they're kind of brief and smaller, and brief in the sense that the new scan will come across sometimes and they're gone. They don't usually last that long. New scan just came through. This one is still here right here, and so is that one, even though it's a little bit broad. So there is that. So I tell you all that to say that we have a tornado watch in the red counties from Macon westward. Technically, we don't have any warnings for our area except that piece that clips western Upson County right there. So all this is gone. What we're waiting on is this part to come in as we go through the next hour or so, starting to get into our western counties. Does it have rotation with it when it comes in? We'll have to see. And then behind all of that, there is going to be all the rain that is still out there in Alabama, which a lot of that on the backside of this is kind of fizzling out. So I'm not sure we're going to have that big ball of rain. You notice a lot of the yellow going to green there. So we'll see how this plays out as it gets closer. But obviously this line right here of the immediate concern, seeing how this is going to go as this moves into our area. There may not be any spin by the time it gets here, but there's something for us to watch. So we'll have the full weather segment coming up in a little bit. And if there's a reason to jump in a little bit earlier, Lori will do that, but we'll hand it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Ben. We're going to keep tracking these storms all night. You can track the rain right along with us, real time, with our 24/7 radar. That's right here on 13W MAZ+. Stream our live radar loop for free. Now, as Ben said, we already had some strong storms move in. Around 4 o'clock, we were getting our first look at some video taken during the heavy rain. This is video from Dexter, sent in by a viewer. It was taken around 4:30. And you can see it's just really just a downpour of rain, really, really strong. And a viewer in South Houston County sent us this video. You can see the rain coming down, but also check out the small fire from a nearby power pole. Got to be so careful in these conditions. Remember, when it's safe to do so, you can send us pictures of storm damage. Text them to 478-752-1309. Make sure to tell us your name, where you took the photo or the video, and you might see it right here on 13W MAZ. Our crews are across central Georgia taking a look at some of the effects of the storm so far. Ellie Milliken in Irwington, and she shared this video of a tree that fell on a home. Wilkinson County EMA Director Chris Landrum says there were no injuries from this downed tree. Hunter King went to Emerson River Park, where officials are warning about increased flood risk.
We are at the Ocmulgee River access point just off of Spring Street here near downtown Macon. Crews have shut the park down. You can see it's completely empty in here, and the reason for that is because of this river down here filling up fast. Of course, with more rain into Thursday night, crews will be monitoring these levels, but they don't want anybody down here to get swept away in the current.
With more storms possible tonight, now is the time to make sure you're ready. Charge your phone, know where you'd go if a warning is issued, and make sure you bring in your plants and pets. If you live in a mobile home or an area that tends to flood, think through your plan before the storms arrive. And one of the biggest concerns tonight, as Hunter was mentioning, flooding. If you're driving, make sure to avoid standing water, especially tonight after it gets dark. It's harder to tell how deep the water is. Emergency officials always say, turn around, don't drown. And when we talked to Houston County EMA Director Chris Stoner last year, he told us the best way to stay safe is to be weather aware.
The biggest thing is have a way to receive notifications, emergency notifications. Most of the severe threat is overnight, so you need to have a way of being woken up should that threat occur.
To get those weather alerts, download the 13W MAZ mobile app to your phone. You can get it in the App Store or scan the QR code on your screen. Once you get the app, make sure to sign up for notifications. You'll get the latest weather and news alerts sent right to your phone. Time now to take a look at some of our top headlines tonight. Here are 6 things to know at 6:30. Crews in Twiggs County still searching for a missing elderly woman. The Twiggs County Sheriff's Office says 73-year-old Vicki Miskaman, who has dementia, was last seen around 9 o'clock last night on Long Street Road in Cochran. That's a rural area near the Twiggs County line. Officials say if you see her, call 911 immediately. 2 teenagers face charges tonight accused of stealing a car from a Bolingbroke gas station and running from deputies. Officials say the 14-year-olds asked the driver for a ride to Athens before stealing the car. When they were spotted on the highway, the teens tried to run but lost control and crashed in a ditch. They were later found off of Zebulon Road. Both of them face charges of theft. Macon Water Authority board member Elaine Lucas pushing for a deeper investigation after a complaint was filed against her last month. The complaint alleges her body language and tone after an argument over travel expenses made an employee feel threatened. Lucas says the claim is retaliation for her questions about finances. Board Chair Gary Bechtel says a third party is reviewing the complaint and maintains the authority's finances are sound. Jones County High School is getting new, stricter rules for next school year. The school says only clear cups and clear water bottles will be allowed. School leaders also increased punishments for vaping and fighting. Students caught doing either will face a 10-day suspension and at least 45 days in alternative school. And this morning, a 40,000-pound truckload of food arrived at the Mill Georgia Community Food Bank. Food bank leaders say it will feed hundreds of families in our area. The truck came from Salt Lake City, where the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints collected and packaged the food. It's one of 250 shipments the church sent to communities across the nation to commemorate America's 250th birthday. Today in Butler, a new ice cream shop celebrated its grand opening. Tailor Made Ice Cream says they are the only shop in Central Georgia serving rolled ice cream. It costs just under $8 per cup. They also serve regular ice cream and banana splits. The shop is managed by Deborah Schild. She's a junior in high school, and she learned how to make rolled ice cream by watching TikTok. The shop is a family affair. Her dad, Derek, is the assistant manager. Tonight, a man has died after being stabbed at a hotel on Riverside Drive. That's according to the Bibb County coroner. The sheriff's office says they received the call around 3:30 this afternoon. When deputies arrived, they found a 33-year-old Michael Foster stabbed. Coroner Leanne Jones says Foster was rushed to the hospital where he died just before 5 o'clock. So far, no arrests have been made. Monroe County homeowners will see some surprising mail in their mailboxes next week. The county is mailing property assessment notices, and many people will notice a big jump in their home's listed value. But commissioners say a higher assessment does not mean a higher tax bill. The county raised average residential property values by 38% after freezing them last year. At the same time, commissioners are planning 2 millage rate cuts. They say that will offset that increase. Voters approved a new floating local option sales tax in May, and the county says that revenue, along with new commercial growth, will help push property tax rates down by more than 5 mills this fall.
What you are concerned about is that the bottom right hand of that is a dollar figure, and you have to write a check for that. If that dollar figure is lower, that's the important thing for the citizen.
Assessment notices go out in the mail Monday. If you disagree with your assessed value, you can contact the Monroe County Tax Assessor's Office. Property owners can also appeal to the Board of Equalization. The county will adopt the final millage rate this fall, and tax bills go out in November. This summer, 13 WMAZ invites you to save a life by giving blood. For more than 20 years, we've partnered with the Red Cross to encourage giving during critical times of the year. From June 29th through July 2nd, you can take part in blood drives across Macon, Warner Robins, Milledgeville, Gray, and Forsyth. For more information on dates and locations, you can schedule your appointment. Text the word blood to 478-752-1309. We'll send a link directly to your phone. Again, text the word blood to 478-752-1309.
They should be scared. The people of Georgia are struggling.
Just days after the runoff elections, lawmakers are addressing concerns about redistricting. We'll share how Governor Kemp's calls to redraw district lines may go unanswered. Thanks for sticking with us. On Wednesday, Republican lawmakers rejected Governor Kemp's call to redraw the state's congressional and legislative district lines. Now, this comes just a day after the runoff election and ahead of November's midterms. Richard Elliott has the details.
They should be scared. The people of Georgia are struggling.
The first day of special session started with Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock condemning efforts to redraw congressional district lines. He joined hundreds of people in protesting the special session called by Governor Brian Kemp after the Supreme Court decision stating states could no longer use race as a factor when redrawing those lines. But even then, rumors began to swirl that Republican leadership would reject the governor's call to redistrict. And then House Speaker John Burns and Republican Senate leadership held their own news conference and confirmed the rumors.
For these reasons, House Republicans will not be taking up congressional or legislative redistricting maps for the 2028 election cycle during this special session.
Activists who stuck around cheered the announcement. Senate Pro Tem Larry Walker said they needed more time to get legal opinions on the ruling.
We believe it would be wise to allow the judicial process to further develop in other states and evaluate how courts rule on newly adopted district maps elsewhere.
But Georgia Democrats insisted Republicans cave to political pressure and fears of energizing the Democratic base right before an election.
What they were anticipating was that they could get away with it and that the people would not get energized. But the people of Georgia got energized, and we're the first state to stop this at this particular point.
The governor's office says it still believes that under the new Supreme Court ruling, Georgia's district lines are unconstitutional. But his office also left it up to the General Assembly to decide what they're going to take up and defer to the issue at a later date.
Well, the weather impact alert continues. Couple of tornado warnings out to the west. Not seeing much rotation in those anymore. But what does it look like as it gets here? We'll find out. Hey, the 24/7 live radars, what you're looking at right now. Of course, your own 13 WMAZ Plus, but click around, find this. It's something good to have, especially with nights like tonight.
Welcome back. President Trump back in the States after meeting with world leaders at the G7 summit. In the final moments of his trip, he signed a memorandum of understanding with Iran to end the fighting, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and begin negotiations on Iran's nuclear program. Natalie Brand is on Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are questioning how much the president had to give up to get the deal.
Vice President J.D. Vance, one of the top negotiators of the U.S.-Iran deal, defended it Thursday from the White House.
Have a little bit of faith in the President of the United States. The idea
that he is going to strike a deal that's been bad for the American people, it's preposterous.
The vice president says the 60-day clock on phase 2 of negotiations began today, with talks expected to continue in person in Switzerland this weekend. Iran's foreign minister said the next phase of negotiations will be more difficult as the two sides discuss the details of Iran's nuclear program and the U.S.'s desire to curb all enrichment.
The idea that they get benefits before they change their behavior is fundamentally a talking point that is issued by people who want the conflict to continue indefinitely.
Lawmakers across both parties have criticized what they know of the agreement so far, especially the economic relief for Iran, plans for the development of a $300 billion reconstruction fund, and the unfreezing of assets.
Tens of billions of dollars immediately being released to Iran before they make a single nuclear concession. I think that's a mistake.
The president said in February that he was going to get unconditional surrender. I didn't know it was him getting to his own unconditional surrender.
Other lawmakers say they support giving diplomacy a chance.
I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm glad the markets are responding well, but the markets are ultimately going to be responding to the details that we all need to see.
The national average for a gallon of gas dropped below $4 as additional commercial vessels have now moved through the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. CENTCOM also announced Thursday American forces lifted the naval blockade on Iranian ports.
Iran's Ayatollah released a statement saying he agreed with his regime in signing the agreement, but said the U.S. is making excessive demands in further negotiations and says Iran will, quote, not submit to them.
All right, as we go to break, you can see we had those big storms that came through earlier. They're history now. We're in this lull in between, and what we're watching is storms off toward the west. A couple of tornado warnings out that way. The one that is in the northern part, I'm not seeing much rotation anymore. This one's still rotating just a little bit, and there's a little bit of rotation underneath it. Could there be a new warning? Let's talk about it after this. Okay, weather impact alert. Indeed, that is what we are doing. And now we just have a new tornado warning that has been issued. Let's see, is that max 1 or 2 right there? Let's go, is that max 1? Let's go to max 2, guys, if we can. I'm not sure if why 1 has popped up, but what I'm trying to show you here is that going to be something we can do? Just let me know. I wanted to show you where this tornado warning is. It is on max 2? Okay, so is this one of these things where on my monitor I don't see that? So we're having some technical difficulties out here, I guess. Apparently we're on Max 2, but I don't see Max 2 to our viewers. So what we're seeing, that I'm seeing here, and maybe you're seeing, is a tornado warning, which is now including Taylor County. There I see it now. And you can see the polygons that are out there. So we've been waiting for the main line. There's two main lines. The main line that came through earlier had the severe thunderstorm warnings with it. Then we've been in a lull, and we've been waiting for this part to come in, which would be the second shoe to kind of drop. For the longest time today, even during the heat of the day, there have been no warnings along this thing, no rotation in there. And then all of a sudden now we are seeing a little bit of spin. But again, keep in mind when we're in these tropical environments, usually they're kind of brief spin-ups, and sometimes they don't last very long, a couple of scans on the radar, and then they're gone. So what we're going to do is I'm going to pause this here, and you can see the storm is not even in Taylor County yet. Of course, there are a couple other polygons, but this is the one that we're concerned with right here. Here's Butler. So the actual part of the storm that could have spin is still way back here. It's not even in Taylor County yet. This actually just clips parts of Taylor County. If we get in and look at the velocity with that, again, sometimes they don't show up very well, or maybe there's just, they're small usually, and that's what we're seeing here. So there is one that was warned just a little while ago, and it outran its polygon here. This other one right here is a new one that just sort of sprung up just a minute ago. So let me show you, if I back this up, I'm going to try to find a different product here. All right, so maybe you can see it here with the green and red. So this is the part you're looking at right here. If we go back just a little bit, it wasn't there, and then all of a sudden there it is. Warning gets issued. There it is. I'm sorry, okay, I believe we're joining on air now. Are we on 13 WMAZ now? All right, so guys on the stream, stand by. We're about to go on the air with us. Okay, we are up now on 13 WMAZ. We've been streaming on 13 WMAZ Plus. There is a tornado warning that is out for Taylor County, but I want to mention to you that the storm is not in Taylor County yet. It's just that the polygon extends into there. Let me back out of this so you can see things a little bit better, because I was already talking about this on the stream. All right, so here is how things are shaping up right now. We had one big batch that came through earlier. Obviously, that was a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings. All that's gone. We've been stuck in this lull in the middle, and really we've worked the atmosphere over. There's not all the huge heat, humidity, and energy out there. And so I was thinking that maybe once this next line came in, we would see things kind of come into a better environment and not see spin. It's kind of odd that all day this line back here in Alabama has had no rotation, and then all of a sudden a little bit of spin, but that's the way these kind of tropical things can go. So this red shaded area is a tornado watch. It is inside the tornado watch, mainly from Macon westward. And now you can see the polygons. Let me take you to the storms here, and what you're going to see is a few red polygons. I'm going to explain these out to you. Okay, so one of these two right here are actually going to drop off the board in 40 seconds. This one went till 7. That one's not spinning anymore. This one went till 7. That one's pretty much gone. This one goes until 7:30. Now there's a new severe thunderstorm warning underneath it for that part of the line that also includes Taylor County. So when you have a tropical system like this, or what is the remnants of a tropical system like what we had, it was Arthur, there's spin naturally in the atmosphere. So you're going to have tornado watches go out, and then sometimes you'll have what we call brief spin-ups. They're usually smaller. The duration is usually shorter. They may not last more than a scan or two out there when the radar's going around, and then you look and they're not there anymore. And sometimes they don't touch the ground. But we treat them as though they are actually on the ground. So what we're going to do is we'll zoom in. You can see those ones at 7 o'clock just fell off the board. And there are actually kind of two little areas of rotation. If you ever follow this stuff with us when we're doing tornado coverage, normally you'll see a big, bright red and bright green pixels right next to each other, very tight circulation. That is not what this is. So this one right here actually is broadened out to almost nothing. This right here just started showing up a couple of scans ago. So let me back it up and you can see what I'm talking about here. I'm going to move this up a little bit. And as we go back in time, you can see right here, showed up for just a moment there. And then as we've been going forward, There it is on another scan right there. And now you can see it's already broadening out. So this is the problem with these kind of tropical like spin-ups. It talked about it before. It's like playing whack-a-mole. It's like, oh, there's one, bam, and then you go over there and you look at it, and next thing you know, it's gone. I say a problem. Problem with trying to find where they are. Not a problem on the ground because we don't want these things. So it may be that the radar is seeing something spin up in the atmosphere just for a little bit, and the next time that thing comes around and checks again, it's gone. So some of these warnings may go out for 30 minutes, but they may not last that long. I mean, this one goes until 7:30. We'll see if it goes that long. Underneath, a severe thunderstorm warning, which is also clipping parts of Taylor County there. Let's see what it looks like on the radar. We're going to get that to come up right here. So this is how it looks in our area in full. Again, all those storms gone. They've all made their way through, and they have made a lot of racket, a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, this atmosphere is generally worked over. There's been some recovery, as we call it, in our southern and southwestern counties where it's been heating back up some. And so maybe there's enough instability for these things to continue this part of the system coming through. I do want to kind of give you an idea of what we're dealing with in the big picture here so you can kind of wrap your head around this. All right, so we've been talking about this main leftover mass from what was Tropical Storm Arthur coming through. Okay, so that's really what all this is back here. There's a lot going on here. The models were showing that there would be some isolated pop-up thunderstorms this afternoon. There were pop-up thunderstorms. They were not so much isolated. There were these clusters right here, and there were yellow severe thunderstorm warning polygons all along through here as it went across. So normally when you have that, instead of a heat index in Dublin earlier of 112, now you're looking at numbers in the 70s, so we've kind of worked the atmosphere over. This is kind of then, that was the sort of the pre-show, and now the show, I guess if you want to call it. This main part of the tropical wave, what's left over, is starting to come in. And so there must be enough there to still have some gusty winds with this and enough to see a little bit of a spin. The odd thing to me is that back toward the south and west, we didn't see tornado warnings all day long, even during the heat of the day. So these, again, that one that's there, it may not even last that long. And that might be the only one we see tonight, but something that we're going to keep an eye on. So that's how the big picture looks. And when you drag the map over, notice how there's a lot of yellow and then starting to go to light green to almost no green. So now their questions are, does it go like this till 1, 2, 3 in the morning like the models were originally thinking? Or is this just going to come on through over the next few hours and then that's pretty much it, except for some leftover showers on the backside? We'll have to see about that. So we do know that our entire area is warning free right now, except for just that one little clip of Taylor County. Let me go back in on the actual radar here so we can see things a little bit better. I mean, that was the radar, but that was the SATRAD across the southeast. So this is going to be a little bit better detail. The tornado warning, again, technically goes until 7:30. I say technically, we'll see if it stays for that long, meaning is there rotation still in there? And then this severe thunderstorm warning that is outside of our area but does clip western parts of Taylor County, that goes until 7:45. So let's stop right there and go back on velocity mode. And you can see it barely right there. Let's see, that's storm relative. Let's go base velocity. Okay, so in this area right here, let's go back. And you can see there were kind of two of them going right there for a second. And if you go back a little bit farther than this, you can see where the warning was issued. There's a little bit of blue right there. And then, you know, but back before that, it wasn't even there. So there for a little bit, it's kind of broadening out. I do see that they trimmed off some of the counties off on the western side over there, and that's the reason why it's kind of got a little bit of a glow to it. They made a change to it. Again, even with this product here, notice when you go back, you can pick it out way over there in the red and green next to each other. And watch as we've been going forward, it's broadened out to where you can't really even tell that that is rotation. So again, technically, yes, there is a tornado warning on the board that goes until 7:30. But right now it's kind of hard to find, so we'll have to wait and see if the National Weather Service will continue that until 7:30. Just given the nature of these kind of tornadoes, this is not like a situation like when we're in March or April or something like that, where these storms come across, and then these storms, these tornado warnings can run for a long time. Different kind of environment here on a tropical kind of environment. So brief spins, usually small, usually don't last very long. So then the question always comes up every time we get into this: do we let this thing go all the way to 7:30 if we can't find rotation in it anymore? And sometimes you'll see 10 minutes in, all of a sudden they'll cancel it and say, okay, well, there's nothing there anymore, so they let it go. So far we haven't seen that from the Weather Service. But as we look at the big picture, again, kind of two shoes here. The first one dropped earlier this afternoon with a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, a lot of these yellow polygons. We saw a ton of that as it was coming across. A little bit of hail in there, but gusty winds around 60 miles per hour. And then there's been this lull in the middle, and then this is the second and last shoe to drop. There'll be some rain on the backside of this, but once we get this part through, then that's pretty much the all clear, except for maybe some breezy sort of rain as we go through the later hours tonight. So as far as warnings are concerned, this would be it. But now it's starting to move on in a little bit, toward Thomaston and Butler, places like that. And it does have a little bit of giddy up on it. I know that the storms we had earlier were moving toward the east-northeast at around 40 miles an hour. I would say this is at least that. So already in western Upson County, this part right here had a tornado warning with it earlier. And again, that one fell apart in a hurry. And again, this one is already starting to kind of fall apart. But so far, the warning does stay in effect, at least for now, until 7:30. The yellow polygon is the severe thunderstorm warning that is for south of that. If that were to continue, if we were to continue seeing the same gusty winds that they're seeing right here, eventually we would see a severe thunderstorm warning for Taylor, again, Macon County, Dooley, Crisp, maybe Southern Houston, Peach, if that part continues right there. So again, no word. And Danny, if you get a chance and we see over like in the chat, like if they're saying anything like, hey, we're thinking of maybe canceling this. So far, they're not saying anything about it. But what we do in the meantime is just continue to check for the different parts and pieces, like hail. Not seeing anything in the hail department. Going back in with velocity mode. This is, they're going to continue it, they said? Yeah. Continue the tornado warning until 7:30 is the word right now. There's a little bit more color right there again. Again, it's not a tight couplet, but also where this is in between a lot of warnings. Unfortunately, here in 2026, we as a country could use more radars out there. Actually, there are a bunch of big gaps in between. And the last time we checked, the earth is curved. So as these things shoot out, the farther away they're getting, and this one's coming out of Peachtree City, and then you have the one coming from Jeffersonville and then one from Alabama as they go, the earth's doing this and they're shooting up. And so it's kind of in no man's land right here. So you're not getting a really full scan at the surface. And I can show you what I'm talking about. So see, now we're scanning out of Peachtree City. If I just move over just a little bit, it jumps to the Jeffersonville radar. Go this way, jumps over to Alabama. I don't think I have it tied into one down here, no. So what we're doing is we're kind of triangulating. Alabama, Peachtree City, our radar. Again, you can see these things jumping around. The closest look we have for right now, the best look is probably using Peachtree City's radar. It's not, there's ours right there. It's not grabbing it full enough yet. So we'll come over and just use Peachtree City for now. So if you're in Butler, this should, if this is actually even on the ground, go toward your north and pass over northern parts of Taylor County here. Let's see, now that it is technically crossing into Taylor County, we'll zoom in a little bit here, past Junction City. So around where, pretty much crossing Highway 540 right there. And what we'll do, can you find out too if it has the movement? Is it still like northeast at 40 like these other ones are running? I'm going to try to do a little storm track on that and see. Northeast at 45. No, we're northeast at 45. All right, so let's say this is here, and we'll go northeast at 45, kind of a rural area here. So Gerald, Carsonville, 722, 724. If it holds together. And of course, eventually that would start to get into parts of Crawford County here. southern Upson County if it holds together. But once again, if you're just joining us, these tropical, which this is post-tropical, it's not a tropical storm, but it was at one point, and it's still the whole system is an area of low pressure, so there's already spin in the atmosphere. And so sometimes what you'll see is these little spin-ups, and they're usually pretty brief. They usually don't last very long, and it's hard to kind of find them. And they may kind of show up for a little bit, and you'll see some rotation, then you go back in there and check again, and it's gone. Okay, what we're going to do now, guys, is we're going to take you back on 13 WMAZ back to regular programming. We're going to be on 13 WMAZ Plus, continuing with this. If we continue with warnings like this, we may jump back on TV, but we're now leaving TV, so 13 WMAZ Plus, hopefully you have that. That's where we're going to go, and if we need new warning, new information, we're definitely coming back on TV, but we'll take you back now. Tornado warning. I hope you can hear me now that we're on the stream. We're off television on the stream is what I'm hearing right here. Still a little bit of a spin right here crossing into Taylor County. So again, not a tight rotation, but there's clearly something trying to rotate here. And once again, with these tropical type things, you may spin for a little bit and then it'll fall apart or go away. Sometimes it'll kind of show back up again. There's a new scan coming in. I'd say that's pretty broad. That's not a real tight circulation there, but enough that the National Weather Service is going to want to continue with this warning at least until 7:30. Beyond that, we're not exactly sure how that's going to go. Let's take you back to the big picture here, just to show you all those storms that came through this afternoon. We had a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings. All that came through. Now we're in this lull, and round two is coming in. Again, my theory, which is so far a little bit shaky, is that we have turned the atmosphere over enough that maybe these storms, these next round, when it comes in, the final round, that there wouldn't be enough really to keep these things kind of with some punch to them. Now, it is clearly still hot outside, and we've been able to recover what they call recovering the atmosphere with some heat and humidity. Let me take a look at some of the current numbers right now to see how we've been doing, because when those storms came in, it really cooled things off enough and brought the humidity levels down and a lot of the energy down. Well, it looks like we've recovered some. I mean, looking at low 80s out there. And humidity, obviously still plenty of that. Dew point's still high. We had 84 for a dew point out there today. That's a really high number. Very odd to see that. There's an 81 dew point in America, so plenty of moisture content. Heat index running around 90 in some of those spots. So some of this in that sort of zone where these storms left and we've been sort of in this void have recovered some. Still not super high, but a heat index up still near 90. So apparently maybe has recovered enough to power some of these storms on through. Again, the red shaded counties, that's going to be the tornado watch, which is from Macon westward, which just means conditions are favorable for brief spin ups like what we're seeing right there heading into Taylor County. Let's go from that over to that line. And I do want to show you the big picture again. Notice behind all this, the model's been showing this big ball of rain that's going to come in until 2 in the morning. The back side of this has really been falling apart. So it's mainly just this line that's going to be coming across. And if it stays like this, there's not much to this after that. There may be some breezy showers later tonight. But this, we got to get this through. And then once that happens, then that should be it, other than maybe a breeze and a few light showers as we go through later on tonight. All right, so We're going to zoom in here on that tornado warning. Yes, there's a severe thunderstorm warning in yellow that goes kind of from Butler south. That goes till 7:45. This until 7:30. You can definitely see some dark color in there. I mean, right there, and that's where the lightning is. So still a healthy storm. I'm going to check in on, see if there's any hail in there. Don't see that. So let's go velocity. And again, still a little bit of a couplet there. So as it's getting more in toward our area, still trying to pick it up on our radar, Jeffersonville radar. Don't see it very well. So let's slide over until the Peachtree up. There's a new warning. So this is going to be Taylor County, Crawford County, southern Upson County. And this one goes, excuse me, until 7:45. All right, so for producers in there, we now have a warning that includes Taylor and Crawford County until 7:45. Tornado warning. May consider going back on the air at some point here. All right. Okay, so back to interrupt again, guys. A new tornado warning. This system, by and large, was looking like one that we had the main, big batch of severe thunderstorm warnings that came through earlier. And the thinking was, well, then maybe this next line wouldn't have as much to work with. Apparently, there is enough out there. The atmosphere has recovered enough in meteorological terms, meaning that the heat and humidity, still enough energy out there. We've been able to heat things back up enough still with some daylight out there that these storms still have a little bit of a punch. So this is kind of, still got to get this through. And once this gets through, then maybe that will be it, other than maybe some gusty showers later tonight. But a new tornado warning, this one pesky cell moving northeast at 35. I wonder why it's slower than the last one. Thank you, Danny. So this is for northern Taylor County, north of Butler, heading toward western Crawford County. And you can see the dark shaded area right in here. Not really a notch, but a little bit right there. So let me show you on the velocity map. This is the Jeffersonville radar trying to pick it up. It's hard to find, but if we slide over right here, Peachtree City will pick it up. And again, it's sort of broad. I mean, there's not like a really tight circulation with this. These are the frustrating kind of tornado warnings, the ones in tropical environments especially. Again, brief sometimes. They don't last very long, and usually smaller. And sometimes they're not even on the ground. They're just up in the air, the atmosphere, and the radars are trying to pick it up. Again, we're kind of in a no man's land here because we're triangulating between three radars. There goes the Peachtree City sweep. And then we can also pick up from Alabama and from our radar in Jeffersonville. And so what we're seeing is at least some sort of rotation there, be it broad. And notice if I go over, I was talking about this a moment ago, there's Peachtree City spinning around up here at the top, so it's trying to pick it up. We're out of range pretty much from Alabama. If I go over here, Alabama will try to pick it up, but it's past that one now. So Peachtree City, we'll move over, and eventually Jeffersonville will grab it right there. And as we go on through time, eventually this will get in where we can see this better. But it's in a zone, unfortunately, in this day and time when we should have more radars than we do, where you still can't see it very well. So there's questions about, is that on the ground? Is there a full rotation there? There's something going on in there, at least some sort of spin. Maybe the cell itself is rotating. As far as anything actually on the ground, we don't know that. But we'll kind of treat it like maybe it is. So Highway 208 toward Jarrell. This is going to be where it crosses 19. Northern parts of Taylor County. If this holds together, this would cross over southern Upson County right here. And this is the western tip of Crawford County here as it moves toward the northeast. Now, a moment ago on that last warning, it was saying it was moving northeast at 45. Now they're saying northeast at 35, which doesn't make any sense why it would have slowed down. So I'm going to treat it as northeast at 45-ish. How about we do 40? and we'll just track it out. Rural area, so we're probably not going to get a lot of locations here. We'll get one. Carsonville and Gerald also there too. So we're talking about 7:27, so in about 5 or 6 minutes. But again, you just try to figure from here, let's say this thing, which is usually for tropical things like this, they don't last very long. If this were to continue on this path, this would go somewhere like that. But again, no guarantee that that will be the case. A severe thunderstorm warning is in effect underneath this for Taylor County on down into Sumter. Again, so you can see the storms that we had that came through earlier. So we had severe thunderstorm warnings aplenty. They were all over the place. They've been going toward the north and east. And now we've had this lull in the middle, but there's been enough of a lull to kind of heat things back up and sort of destabilize things enough that this final line, as it's coming across, has enough to tap into to continue going. So whether we end up with warnings or not for, and I know a lot of people, if we were on the stream or on Facebook or something like that, they'd be like, well, what about this city? What about this county? What about my town? All cities, counties, towns, everything have the same chance of seeing some gusty winds and heavy rain when this line comes across. I do think that after this comes across, that's it. And I know the timing's all thrown off from the models. It was looking like midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. Things are kind of evolving a little bit here to where the backside of all this, where the low is kind of fizzling out. It's mainly this line. I'm not saying it's not going to be breezy tonight with a few showers still, but as far as the severe threat, we had one round that came through that was a doozy, and now there is this. So once we can get this line on across, and this is going to take a few hours to get this on across, then that might be it for the bulk of the severe thing. And hopefully we can get this tornado warning thing to calm down. Again, it's not the best looking rotation, which is a good thing. We don't want good looking rotation out there. So it makes it difficult to find. And it's mentioned earlier when we were on the stream and on air, whenever we're in these kind of environments, it's kind of like the whack-a-mole game where it's like, oh, look, there's a rotation for a little bit, bam, hit that one, and then next thing you know, you look again and it's gone, and maybe it pops up somewhere else. So if you were to look now, I'd say at the very least, you can see some gusty winds right here where it bows out here. So there's Butler, Crawford County right here, southern Upson County here. So again, if this were to continue like this, somewhere between Culloden and Roberta is where this would go, and maybe eventually southern parts of Monroe County. Let's check on the velocity. Again, we are picking up from, looks like we are still on the Peachtree City radar. There's a new scan that just came in. So, I mean, if you're a student of this and you follow this, what we're looking for on a real tornado signature that really stands out is a few pixels of bright red and bright green, and they're right next to each other, and that's it. And that's when you know that that's it. All right, so this is a little bit broad, a little discombobulated. We're not seeing a full, like, as I'd say, a show-enough tornado warning right there, but this is the way they look sometimes in these tropical situations here. So as we roll over just to see if Jeffersonville is going to try to pick it up right there, it sees a little bit right in there, and the closer this gets on in, you can see our radar swinging around, so it's trying to grab it. It would be awesome if there were a radar right here in between all these radars. Hopefully that'll be the case someday. It's 2026. We need more radars in the U.S. Here is the big picture as far as other parts of this line that are not warned. If you're in Thomaston, Forsyth, places like that, this is coming in a hurry here. It says 35 miles per hour. I don't know if I buy that. I mean, this thing is moving pretty quickly here. So we're going to say 40, 45, somewhere in there, moving toward the east here. So before long, this will be coming into Forsyth. And if all goes to plan, not that much has with this whole thing, if you look at the big picture, as far as a severe threat, as far as warnings for tonight, I would have to think that after this, which is trying to load right here, that would do it. All right, so there's that main batch that went into the Carolinas. As we roll over and look back here toward the west, this was the remnants. You can see the spin here, the remnants of what was Tropical Storm Arthur, okay, making its way toward the Atlanta area. It's this trailing edge right here. Some of the models were showing that just big bowing lines of rain up here, just again, showing you how model data especially in some of these decaying tropical systems, how it can show one thing, and then as I've been saying for the past couple of days, let's wait and see how this actually plays out. Most of the heavier punch is down here, but you don't see anything thunderstorm-wise behind it. There may be some breezy stuff later on tonight with some light showers out there, but as far as the severe threat, let's get this line on through, and then that should hopefully do it for tonight, other than breezy showers later. All right, so let's get back in on the zoomed in radar. That's on NextRad right there. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning I see right now that just popped on. So there is a new, so here we go again. The atmosphere, amazing. So supercharged this afternoon. Generally the idea is you work the atmosphere over, you get all the instability out, and if you did have another round to come in, that there wouldn't be enough to work through or with to make severe weather all over again. But we have enough heat and humidity out there, and we had enough daylight out there to still ramp things up out there, and that's the reason why we're just now seeing this line back in Alabama had none of this, which is wild. So all of a sudden now we're seeing it. So severe thunderstorm warning, 2 of them for Taylor County. You're eating up with 2 severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning. So doesn't mean you're going to see a tornado, but you're going to have at least some gusty winds. Now from Crawford County down into Macon County, down into Sumter. Severe thunderstorm warning there. Moving east at 40, 60 mile per hour gusts. So some of these speeds are off. Let's do a track. All right, so what we'll do is we're going to do a track on this whole line. Draw like here, moving a little bit east, northeast. We're going to call it 40. So the line, I'm not saying a tornado or a severe thunderstorm warning or anything like that, but just the line itself. If the warnings fell out, there's no rotation, no longer gusty winds, this is at least the kind of timing to figure out how it's going to get through our area. Macon area in about an hour. If it takes that long, we'll see. Forsyth coming up 30 minutes from now. So again, it has some swift movement to it. Let's go, let's see, Roberta there's 746, Butler, so obviously these are the places that are up front. But that's for the whole line. I'm not saying for a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. That's without any polygons on there. So we know that there's going to be a line to come through of at least some strong storms. Will they have warnings with it as they come on through? Don't know. Let's go back into, we're going to take that track off of there. And again, with the tornado warning right there, at the very least, you can see a bowing segment right there where it's kind of bowing out. There's at least some strong gusty winds there and gusty winds down on the southern part. Again, unfortunately, we are in a no man's land between radars. So I wish I could show you what I was able to show you earlier as this stuff was coming through the core of our area. Just not enough radars. There's not enough. And then this happens in different parts of our area. Once you get outside of one radar and you're having to pick it up from a whole different parts of the state or even from another state. Again, last time we checked, Earth is round. So radars shoot up. They were shooting straight out across the land. But as the Earth does this, eventually they're all meeting, but they're way up in the sky. And what's going on at the surface, it's not getting a good read. We do get enough of a read to see that there's still some bright green here. We don't see a perfect couplet right there, but there's enough of something, possibly what we call like a little dimple in there. And now it looks like they have trimmed back. These things are confusing. In 13 seconds, this is going to fall off. That was the old warning that went until 7:30. So give this another few seconds and this will clear things up a little bit. So this part's about to be gone in 3, 2, and 1. And after this drops off, this is still left until 7:45, and they've trimmed off the back side of it here. So in other words, the warning still continues for Crawford, Taylor, and Upson, southern Upson, northern Taylor, western Crawford, until 7:45. So again, notice I just jumped over to the Jeffersonville radar. I can hardly see it. I've moved just a little bit right there, and Peachtree City can find it. Need more radars. That's exactly right. So as we go north of Roberta, if this holds together, this is going to go between Culloden and Roberta right here. Let's do some street spotting here now Again, we're not saying there's a tornado on the ground. There is a warning. It could be just radar indicated. And even at that, it's not the tidiest looking couplet we've ever seen. It's kind of broad, the rotation is, but is where it is now is about to kind of go right where Taylor, Upson, and Crawford all come together right here. That's what's crossing over here. So if you know where you are in that area, that's where that corresponds to where you are. So going on down, again, severe thunderstorm warning. Should be able to show you all the bright colors down here. And I guess if we could turn on another radar, but I don't have time to do that right now, and I'm not going to be able to jump. Let me go to, let's try picking it up from the sat red here. It's not going to be as well defined. It's just a grouping of all the radars across the southeast, but at least it'll give us an idea. So gusty winds in here that could be 50 to 60 miles per hour, heading toward, obviously Butler, seeing that front edge coming in now, heading into Montezuma in a little while. That is severe thunderstorm warning stuff there. The red polygon, again, is a different story. That's where we're seeing tornado warning. Now, again, whether or not this thing is rotating or not, just notice how that bows out like that. At the very least, there are some strong winds in there that could easily be 55, 60 miles per hour. The question is whether or not it's rotating. All right. We're going to go back to the combination of Jeffersonville and Peachtree City radars. We'll just kind of go in between them. Again, some swift movement to this. I mean, it's going off in a hurry. And once again, if you're thinking, well, what does this look like later tonight? Things have changed a lot. Sometimes this happens. I mean, it's weather, man. I mean, it's just like, you know, the models will do the best they can with it, but they are computers at the end of the day, and we crunch the numbers and we look at all the different stuff that's out there. But it's a good thing in that if this is it, and we get this line on through, then we're not talking about an overnight situation. We go ahead and get this on through here in the next few hours, and that's it. We may have some breeze tonight, maybe some breezy sprinkles out there, but the severe threat would be over. I would prefer that. Maybe you would as well, so you're not sitting up all night. So maybe we can just get this on through here and call it. Let's check velocity. Again, for the time being, we're having to see it from Peachtree City. There's Jeffersonville once you see it go bright green, that means right there, Peachtree City's grabbing it. So again, not well defined, but some either rotation there. All right, let's do this. And let's say that there's no rotation. We just want to know what that green pixel is. What kind of wind speed are we talking? Let's well, not going to give it to me. I'm trying to get the wind speed. Let me go back to the palette. Let's try it on base. Take off the warning layer. All right, so even right there, even if it's not rotating, and it's because it's on Peachtree City's radar. I mean, yeah, hold on a second. Let me move over here. You're just not getting a good look, so this is not going to be a real number. Yeah, 26 miles an hour. So I'm thinking just by the color of that, that's probably easily 60 mile per hour winds there. But I just don't know if it's spinning. I mean, I just don't see that look. Normally you would have this, and you would have some really bright red like right next to it. So that means that the wind is going toward the radar and away from the radar, towards the radars up here in this case. So that wind's going that way, this wind's going this way. So if you had the red right there, that would say there's a counterclockwise spin, and that would be where the tornado is. Mainly seeing the wind, just don't know if it's rotating at this point. So that goes for another 10 minutes into Crawford County. So once again, we don't know if there's actual rotation, or even if there is, if it's at the surface or not. Let's see, there's a new scan. Let me walk you back notice as we go back right here, you can see where it came from. You can see just little brief flashes of like, okay, then maybe there's a little bit of a thing going on right here. There's a little dimple in there. Then you go forward, and then it's kind of broadening out. This tropical-like environment is this way. They're just pesky. Good news is they rarely verify into anything as far as on the ground. If they do, they're usually small, and maybe it's a limb or two down in some spots, and we hope that's the case. It's not the same kind of thing as some sort of first week of April giant cold front coming in with, that kind of tornadic environment. There's still rotation out there, if it even is this in this case, something we have to keep an eye on. Let's go back to the big picture. You can see the big red counties there. That's going to be the tornado watch counties. Anything that is from Macon westward, again, in the zone for the potential for some spin up in there. We'll see how it goes as we go on through this evening. Does this calm down finally as it comes on across and maybe start to weaken down? Let's take a look at the graph and the high-res model to see as we go forward tonight. This is going to be the graph model, the main future view that we usually show. Here it comes. And again, we need a newer one than this because this is not initializing where we actually are right now. Let's see. Yeah, this is showing that this is at 9 o'clock tonight. So we are way ahead of schedule. So that's that 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 in the morning. I don't think that's the way this is going to play out now. So let's go to the high-res model. It comes out every hour or so. So this, let's see, doesn't really show the line. It's still trying to show going through Dublin at 2 a.m. I don't know if the models are going to help us right now because this line is already here, and until the new models pick up on it and they initialize, meaning they start with where it is now and then try to figure out the future from there, they're not going to be much use to us. So back to the radar again we go, and you can clearly see we have a line of thunderstorms. And there is nothing behind it back here other than the swirling low, the leftovers of the tropical system there you can see through Birmingham, and just some light showers, maybe some breezy stuff as we get into the later hours tonight. But this should be it. Once we get this on across, that should do it. I can't imagine that this is going to do anything else. So let's zoom in. We're coming up on 6 minutes left on that warning. Still no word, Danny, in the chat room as far as quiet. That's also a thing with these tropical things. You rarely, which is good. I mean, you rarely get damage reports or anything like that. They're just very pesky. That's the problem with them. 7:45 on that one. The severe thunderstorm warning underneath. Even if that tornado warning expires, there's a sharp edge right there you can see. So yeah, there's some gusty wind with this. So through Butler, going on now, Marshallville, Fort Valley, even if we don't have that tornado warning, we're still going to have some gusty winds with this as this comes on across. And I think it's going to be one of these. You can tell by how sharp that edge is where it just comes in, there's no rain, and then just bam, just like that. A ton of rain and some wind just kind of kicking in pretty instantly there. We're not too far away from beginning to pick up on some of the sky cams there. We'll see. 5 minutes left on the tornado warning, if that's rotating. Let me see now that we are getting closer in. Peachtree City, I may be able to jump away from that. Okay, so this is the Jeffersonville radar. This is our radar, and I don't see anything over there. Let's go base velocity. And you can see wind. I mean, you can see, in this case, the red and green move around. I know it's kind of confusing, but again, think green going toward the radar, red going away. This time the radar's over here. So the green is the wind coming this way, all right? So that's what we're seeing right here. There's a new scan. You don't see anything in there with red and green next to each other. The red meaning the wind going away from the radar. In some sort of a spin in there. So this is, to me, straight line winds with a little bit of a wrinkle in there is what this looks like. So a little over 4 minutes left on this one. and then we'll see what they do with it. The National Weather Service, been fooled before. I can't imagine that they would pull the string on another tornado warning unless it just flares up on one of the scans. And they're considering dropping it? All right, that's what we're reading in the chat. Danny's over there on that. So may as well just let it go. There's only 4 minutes left, but they may let it go. The severe thunderstorm warnings I do think will continue. And I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a severe thunderstorm warning, if this goes, maybe replace this or some sort of a special weather statement or something, because there's still some gusty winds in there. Okay. The tornado watch they're thinking about dropping? Not the warning. Interesting. Yep. And there's the new tornado warning. I have no idea why they'd be considering dropping the tornado watch while they're issuing tornado warnings. So here we go again. Crawford, Monroe, and West Bibb until 8:15. A new tornado warning. And this is not the first time I've stood up here in a tropical-like atmosphere scratching my head saying I don't see the rotation. Storm relative, we go to base velocity here. I just don't see it. So that's pretty much a straight line to me. I don't know, but don't see anything in there that looks like it's rotating, so I can't really point to anything other than maybe a couple of little waves here from Peachtree City. Maybe that's something. Maybe they're seeing a couple of waves in here. I don't see anything that's really just screaming out, hey, I'm a tornado, look at me. But alas, here we go for another 30 minutes with a new tornado warning. And if we track that one out, I don't even know where to pull the thing from because I don't see it. But let's say we'll go 43 miles per hour. How about that? Moving northeast at 35 now, they say? In a lot of different. Okay. All right, so. Oh, thank you, Roy. Engineer Roy in here with a cup of water, just in the nick of time, too. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Atlanta will be trimmed off of the wall. Oh, so they're trimming in the northern parts. Okay, I got it. Well, clearly they're not going to trim our part of the tornado watch right now because there's a warning. So, again, okay, we're hearing the tornado sirens are going off in North Macon. That makes sense because the polygon technically does go into the Macon area. If you are just joining us from the Macon area, this is a tornado warning in name, but it is one of these in a tropical environment like this. Sometimes they're hard to pick out. Right here, though, there's a scan. See if I can get it to get on there. Right there. Hold still. See, it's trying to jump over to the Jeffersonville radar, too. Let me see if I can get this thing to. I think I'm going to turn off Jeffersonville for just a second, see if we can leave it on this. Okay. So right there, if that's it, that could be it right there. So that is going to be north, mainly west, and eventually northwest of Roberta, between Musella and Roberta, kind of heading off toward the east-northeast. So probably crossing through here. So right now on 80, 341 in a little bit. We don't know if this is on the ground or if it's just radar indicated. But at least there is one of the first signatures that's close to one that I've seen. And as we go back in time, sometimes it's easier to kind of go back and see if you see it. Nothing nothing in there for a little bit. But again, in this kind of environment, it may show it for a little bit and then next scan comes across and it's gone. So again, sometimes you'll see these expiration times like 8:15 and then sometimes they don't make it that far. What was that beep over there? Do we know? If we can get a microphone for, maybe Danny, if we can get a chance, we could put on 4 just in case. That way we can hear you. Okay, thank you. All right, so that's going to be over Highway 80. Now, see right there is what I'm talking about. There's the new scan coming across. So you hardly see anything again. So that's what's frustrating about these kind of tropical ones. Frustrating for my job, not for you. Frustrating on the ground and be like, no, man, it's not frustrating at all. We don't actually have a tornado on the ground. That's a good thing. It's just hard to find them. So it's hard to tell you where this is or that it's, that it's on the ground or try to find streets. Let's go back out to the big picture again. It looks like they just extended the tornado watch into our in full area now. It used to just be making east or westward. Now it has been dragged all the way over. So it is an all skate now. Sorry, Telfair, Wheeler, and Trutland, you were left out, but you're close enough. So welcome in. So this is the main line. This is a odd system here because the models have been showing pretty much a steady scenario, if you've been following it for the past few days, of really just isolated stuff this afternoon, a couple of popcorn showers and storms. Well, all heck broke loose with big severe thunderstorm warnings. And then tonight, getting into around this time, 8, 9 o'clock, then the main thing's starting to come in. So this is a little ahead of schedule, and this was a little bit of an overachieving event right here. So once we get this line through, instead of everybody sitting up all night, we may just go ahead and get this dance over with. So if we can get this line through, I don't see anything else behind it. I mean, the actual low is still spinning back here. There may be a breeze and a few sprinkles in a few spots, but as far as the constant warnings, like we've been seeing throughout the afternoon, I think we can just get this on through. That'll do it. I'm going to go back in now and see if we can jump over. Again, if you're just joining us, frustration about radars. I'm sorry, I don't mean to vent on that, but we just don't have enough radars. It's 2026. There's got to be more radars. In the U.S., we're just stuck in between radars sometimes, and it's hard to see. We're starting to get a little bit closer in on Peachtree City picking this up. I'm going to see if I can turn that back on. I think it was on this. Looks like Peachtree City. Okay, that one's back on. All right, so now we're going to try to hopefully, I mean, you can see there, Peachtree City picking it up. Move over here, now Jeffersonville's picking it up. So hopefully we can go off of this radar and just see if we can find it. There's in storm relative. Let's go to base velocity. You can see right there where the blue is. There are a couple little of indentions in there. You could make the case here, but I think this is the one maybe they're keeping their eye on. So that is just north of Roberta. Going to cross 341. There's Musella right there. Again, we don't know if this is on the ground or anything. Again, it's not a really tight couplet. This is not one of those that's just like, wow, look at that. And I've seen some of those before, but there's clearly something enough there, rotating enough to prompt this tornado warning, which goes for another 25 minutes. Keep getting conflicting not wind speeds, but as far as the speed of the storm, we're going to say, I'm going to call it around 40 miles an hour. Let's see. Let's go from here. Okay, so if it were to hold together, so pretty much Lake Tobosoffke, Lizella in the next 20 minutes, if it holds together. And once again, we don't have any indication that this is even on the ground. We don't know if it's just that one. You could make a case there's a little bit right here, but this is, man, when we talk about brief spin-ups, you hear us talk about that. Hey, you know, we're in a low end level 1 or level 2 or whatever, and we could see a brief spin up. That's what these are. And you may say, brief, man, this tornado warning's been going on for a while. Yes, but sometimes you see it and then there it is again, and it's briefly there. It'll show up for just a minute where you can see it, and then it's gone. So I'm going to say there's the possibility of 2 different areas of rotation right here in northern Crawford County. So flanking Muzella on both sides right here. There goes a scan. So we'll wait for it to come back around again, and we'll see how it looks as we go forward. And so that's the problem, is you can say, oh, we can kind of let this warning go if you don't see it for a few scans. And all of a sudden, there it is again. It'll show up again, and then let's issue another warning, and then you can't find it 3 minutes later again. So for the time being, at least, there looks like there could be something there, Muzella, and then a little bit north of there. So let's try to zoom in and do some street spotting. We haven't been able to do that here recently. Pretty much right over the community right there. Hopewell Road, Fairplay Hill Road, so you know where you are if you're in that area. Again, this could be rotation that's a little farther up in the atmosphere and maybe not on the ground. We'll have to wait and see if we get any sort of damage reports that come in. Just want to check something here for a second. I don't see what we'd be looking for, like a debris signature. Lofted debris, I don't see anything in there that's just yelling out. If you had like a full-blown tornado on the ground, sometimes you see like a bright orange spot where it's limbs and whatever, you know, that's picking up, you know, leaves and all kinds of stuff, and it would show that.
They're talking about tightening rotation again over northern Crawford.
Okay, tightening rotation over northern Crawford. All right, so that, all right, we're going to stop it right there. Now, normally, too, what you would look for in reflectivity mode or just showing rain mode is a little bit of a notch in there, which we don't see. Let's go back to base velocity here. Yep, right there then. That's the best look at it we've had. How about the one to the north? Don't really see that. All right, so this right here, it looks small, but it's there enough. It's like it's already past Muzella now, so this is going to go north of Sandy Point. And if it holds together, would go into the western tip of Bibb County. See if there's any hail in there. Nope, don't see that. Okay, so from Hopewell Road to Fairplay Hill Road, again, this thing's moving at like 40 miles an hour. So it's, again, it's got some giddy up on it. So it may already be past some of this when the new scan comes in. Instead of there, it may actually be here already. We'll see as that comes back around, and curious to see if the signature is even still there. This one, of course, goes until 8:15, 20 more minutes on this. Let's stay zoomed in right here so we can see that there goes a scan just went by. We'll wait for another one to see how that looks when you compare it. You know, we'll loop it back here in a minute, and then you can kind of compare each scan and see them running and see when it's there and when it's not. Let's see if this next one, that one just went around, that didn't grab it. So let's go back just right to there. Like, look, just a few minutes ago, there's nothing there. There it is. Now, there's a new scan right there. Now it's almost gone again. Do you see the frustration here? So they've trimmed back the warning. That just happened right there. So they just trimmed off. Upson County, western Crawford is out. Southern Monroe is still in. Northern Crawford is still in. West Bibb is still in. But now it's back to hard to find again. Probably somewhere in there, a little bit of a notch. Next scan may show it again. That's what these little brief spin-ups, that's what they are, which is a good thing for people who live in these areas because the likelihood of something being on the ground just going nuts out there is a lot lower. It may just be something that spins for a little bit. Sometimes it may touch down for a little bit, come back up. Maybe it's just in the upper levels and that's just the radar seeing it there, but it's not actually at the surface. But in these tropical-like environments, these brief spin-ups, that's what you get. until we get another scan to come in, let's show you again that they have extended the tornado watch into our whole area now. Yes, tell Fairwheeler, Trutland, you're not in it, but you're close enough. You're family. So as we go through the next couple of hours, and I think that's what it's going to take. I think once we get through the next couple hours, this is going to get on through. And again, that should be it. We had those severe thunderstorm warnings this afternoon. According to the models, those were going to be isolated pop-up showers, maybe a couple of thunderstorms this afternoon. They tore the frame off the place coming in with severe thunderstorm warnings all over the place. And then we've had that lull, cool things down for a little bit, stabilize things a little bit, but clearly not enough because now this is coming through. But look at this. When we go over toward the west, that whole big ball of rain, the big, leftover of Tropical Storm Arthur, you can see the rotation back here. But notice everything has just fallen apart. It's all about this line right here. So however long that takes to come through, and if this continues to be the case, then this is not some overnight thing. And I was just looking, I showed you, if you saw a minute ago, the graph model, the high-res model. It's picking up on old news, thinking that it was going to be late tonight and all that. So this may be it. If this is it, then Thomaston and Butler, you're done. We can go ahead and start giving some all clears here. Let's take off the tornado watch so we can see this a little bit better. All right, so I'm going to stop it right there. So the severe thunderstorm warning, let's not lose sight of that. Southern Crawford County heading toward Fort Valley there. So a little bit of a bow right there. There's some new lightning strikes coming in. So you can see some gusty winds that I would think easily 55 to 60 miles per hour with some of that. That goes until 8:15 as well. So a lot of things to find out in less than 20 minutes about which warnings stay or go or which ones get extended. Let's go back in. We do see a little bit going on there again. So to get our bearings, Roberta's at the bottom of the screen. There's Sandy Point, Southern Monroe County. Is there a new severe thunderstorm warning? Looks like it's just coming out right behind me here. Okay. South Bibb, Crawford, Peach, Houston, Macon County, Dooley counties, all in a severe thunderstorm warning. The second round of this today in just a few hours. This one goes until 8:45. You can hear the ding here in the studio. All right, so new scans come in again, and it's hard to find this again. I mean, maybe right there. Let me know if you have anything over there, Danny. I know Danny's over there scouring the chat room and just to see if we're getting any word from the Weather Service about some of this stuff. I think what I am going to do.
This one was a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag.
That whole warning?
Yeah, for Bibb, Crawford, Dooley.
Good grief. Wonder why they would.
Warned, storm has a radar confirmed tornado. This storm is heading east towards Bibb County and is heading north of Sandy Point.
But the new severe thunderstorm warning is not tornado possible here because that would be impossible. That's a huge warning. So I guess I'm not sure what they're talking about there. Let's just go with what we're seeing here, which is possible rotation there in Crawford County. Again, it's just hard to find. If I go back, you can see it right there. There's a little bit of blue. And we'll have to wait for a new scan to come in. All right, let's see. I'm trying to control the sky cams here. I wanted to take a look at the sky cam, but I can't seem to do it from right here, but I'm going to go over there and move these around. All right, so look at that for a second. I'm going to move this around to get a better look. We're going to aim in the direction. What's this right here? Issues severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. That makes no sense. From Bibb County all the way to Sumter County, tornado possible. I don't get that part. But all right, so some confusing signals coming out on some of these warnings, but let's see if I can get these cameras to move around. So what we'll do is we'll jog the Macon camera. Let's go ahead and pull this thing up and move it around, and we'll point this. Take your Dramamine, folks. I'm about to slingshot this thing around here. So not in close enough yet there, just to see the line. All right, here's Perry. We're going to shuttle around toward the west. And then we're going to, Dublin's too far away right now, but we'll go ahead and do Warner Robins. We should already be pointing in that direction. Oop. Yep. All right, so we're looking west now. Okay. All right, so nothing really to see there just yet. But again, the line is coming in with a little bit of movement to it. I mean, it's all coming in at, I would say, at least 40 miles an hour. Back to the radar. Once again, the tornado watch has been extended. It's going to pop up on the screen here, even into our eastern half. So anywhere you see red boxes, these are all tornado watches, tornado watch counties. The red polygon is the tornado warning. Let's go in. And once again, even if it's not rotating, let's treat it like a severe thunderstorm warning at least, all right? Because you can see that this bows out right here. So definitely some strong wind there, whether it's rotating or not, even if it's straight line winds. At least 60 miles an hour probably there. Also, if you look down here, there's a little bit of a bow there. So from Crawford into Peach, so anywhere from this down, definitely has some strong wind with it as it's coming across. Let's check in on the velocity again. I'm sure we've had at least a scan or two. All right, so a couple of, there's Peachtree City trying to grab it, and there's Jeffersonville. All right, so you can kind of see a couple little waves in there that look a little squirrely. You can make the case maybe for that, maybe that. But again, keep this in mind. Next time we have a tropical thing and we say brief spin up things that are short-lived, they're very hard to find, they're usually small, but they're irritating because it's just they're hard to find them, and then they're there and then they're not there. So this is what that means when we say a brief spin up for future reference. In the Macon area, if this were to stay, yep, all right. Yeah, I got it. Well, my phone works, that's good. New tornado warning. This is going to include, as I was just about to show North Macon, this is going to be North Macon. So North Bibb, Southern Monroe. And again, trying to find the exact spot is a needle in a haystack. Right now we have possibly two different areas that could be rotating right there, or maybe they're not. And I'm going to show you once again, if you're just joining us, because maybe you're like, oh, I'm going to flip this on now. Watch when we go back. What we're looking for usually is red and green pixels. Pixels are these squares. Bright red, bright green, right next to each other. Sometimes it'll show up as blue depending on where it is on the map there. And usually the brighter and the tighter the color, the tighter the couplet, and usually the more slam dunk that it is there. Like right there, you see some stuff going on. That could have been it back here. But as we go forward, hard to find. And now this new scan has jumped out of Bibb County, and this is in Southern Monroe. So here's the Bibb-Monroe line right here. If this stays this way, this is maybe staying out of Bibb County, maybe Southern Monroe. They just trimmed back that part of the tornado warning right there. So we have this that could be rotating this. So let's assume that there is rotation going there. And again, if you're just joining us with these tropical-like environments, sometimes again, they're brief, they're usually small, sometimes they're not touching the ground. I'm not trying to undersell it here. They're frustrating trying to find where they are, and then even getting confirmation that they're ever in the ground is tough. All right, Maynard's Mill Road, Hudson Hill, Lower Simmons Road. You know where you are here. This is going to be near the Bibb-Monroe line. This is in Monroe County here. If there is another part of rotation, not sure there is, Jackson-Lindsay Road, Rogers Church Road. The one I'm mainly focused on is that. That could be something right there. So if that, let's say that that is something, let's just draw it out, going east-northeast. That would cross over Bass Road at some point. Bass and 75 out there. But in the short term, between there, and see, there's a new scan that just came in, but notice how broad this is. Once again, if you want a real tornado couplet, an actual signature that says, I'm a tornado, you would take that and have it sitting right next to that. If you had these two right next to each other, that means the wind is going toward the radar. The radar's behind me. Radar's going away from the radar. So that means it's doing this and it's spinning counterclockwise. This is a broad rotation, so that means the actual cell itself is more rotating as opposed to something that's, you know, think about like a ballerina with her arms out. You know, this is kind of what this is. And then when she pulls them in, she spins a lot faster. So when these two, then you would see more of an actual couplet. I think this is kind of broad rotation, but clearly there's enough there to keep the warning going, but no guarantee that anything's on the ground right there. It's definitely scattered and kind of spread out looking there. Just to get a look, I'm going to come back to this in just a second, so hold on. I just wanted to get a look at how it looks on the radar. We have severe thunderstorm warnings running south of all this from Bibb County through Peach, Macon County, going into Houston and Dooley. All right. Hey, Danny, if you get a chance, I can't do it from here. Can you grab that Macon Skycam and let's jog it more toward the northwest? I think I'm pretty much shooting west right now. Just some clouds and a wasp. But if we go to the right, more toward the northwest, we may pick up something. And then if you start to see the Perry Skycam or the Warner Robins Skycam showing some, okay, this is her moving this over. Okay, that's good. Yeah, there's nothing we can really see right now. There's the pole, there's the hospital. Yep, see some flashes out there, okay. All right, well, let's keep an eye on those cameras then as things are getting closer in. At the very least, we're going to see heavy rain coming through in a minute. So that tornado warning, again, goes until, there's the old one that drops off at 8:15. This, grab the new one, goes until 8:30. So Bolingbroke. Let's just go ahead and treat it like this is something that's on the ground, whether it is or not. Even if it's not a tornado, and sometimes in these situations where it might not actually be anything that's rotating, it might be either way, 60-mile-per-hour winds, you know, still, you know, let's stay away from the windows and let this thing ride on through and get out of town. There's base, velocity, storm relative. All right, so let's go back to base here. Again, that is there's clearly some sort of rotation there, but it's more on the broad scale. I mean, this is the whole southern end of Monroe County. A tornado is not going to take up that kind of area. It would be right in here. We would have a bunch of red right next to all this right here. But there still could be some spin going on in this area. So that is to say, it's not the most impressive looking signature, but clearly there's enough there. Just rolling down, because I wanted to show you some of these are all straight line winds here for severe thunderstorm warning. Polygons, the ones in yellow here. Bibb, Crawford, Houston, Peach on down. I don't want to leave you out, or focusing in obviously on the tornado warning, but all this down here is severe thunderstorm warning territory. All right, so let's take off the warning, even if that's not rotating. Let's just see what kind of wind speed we're talking about here. 67 miles per hour. 66, so we're somewhere 65 plus. Even if it's not rotating, there's that kind of wind going on right there. All right, so I'm going to zoom in to do some street spotting here. The new scan may come in just a second. It may jump and be farther closer toward me, and it may look totally different than that. But let's just assume, and there's the new scan right there. What did it do? Well, it took my county lines away for one thing. Hopefully they're about to load back on. There they go. All right, so now it's back broad again. Very broad. But there's Bolingbroke. If this stays this way, whatever it is, somewhere between Bolingbroke and, say, Howard High School, kind of moving in this direction, a little bit east-northeast. Let's go back in time and then forward again. See, I mean, there's nothing there, nothing. A little bit of something northern Crawford. Pretty much nothing there. All of a sudden, a little bit of something. A little bit of something. And it's just a little bit of something. So, again, if we were to sit here in a tornado spotting class on a radar, we would say that's not a very well-defined thing right there. There may be something rotating, could be the parts of the cell itself. But as far as anything that's just saying, oh, man, that's a tornado. But it's close enough that if you're the National Weather Service, you got to issue a warning on that. That straight line winds right here, I think it's going to be one of these things where if you're in these areas, you know what I'm talking about. It's going to come in, boom, like somebody just turned on the faucet in a hurry with some of this tropical rain that's going to come just straight down. And how do we know that? I mean, look at the well-defined edge right here. You don't see anything scattered out in front right there. When you see this, and it's just a razor's edge, and it immediately goes to red like that. So if you're in Byron, it's going to be one of these, you may see some dark clouds, whatever, and then all of a sudden just steady tropical rain coming down like that. And you can see anything where there's going to be a bowing segment where it bulges out right here, that's going to be where the wind's a little bit stronger, because you can actually see the raindrops are there just forcing it out, and it's showing up in the reflectivity there. And again, this here, Bolingbroke area, even if that's not rotating, there is a bow. So that's still some strong wind and heavy rain that's coming in already into the Bolingbroke area now. Let's go around the horn on the velocity map. See if we got a new scan, still very broad. Not a tight rotation, not anything that's screaming tornado. But it doesn't mean that that part of the line can't have a little bit of spin in there. Again, with a decaying or even an active tropical system, there's naturally spin in the atmosphere. So that's the reason you'll see these tornado watches. What's wild to me is that we didn't see this all day in Alabama. Even in the hottest part of the day and all that stuff and everything, we had all the severe thunderstorm warnings. Nothing was going on over there. And then it gets here, and one cell decides it wants to rotate a little bit here and just continues this tornado warning that I still haven't heard. But newsroom peeps, if you're in there and you can hear me, please let us know out here if you know of any damage, any beat calls that we may be making to Crawford, Monroe, not so much Bibb. This is a new scan. If this is going to stay this way, it's almost missing Macon. So Bass Road here, 75. So if this continues, this is going pretty much right near Bolingbroke. Let's just, for the sake of it, say that it's right there. So Wadley Road, Collins Lane, Lentz Road, there's Estes. There's 475 right there. Well, let's get Danny's mic on just for a second, please. Okay.
We just got an expiration on the Bibb and Monroe County tornado warning. So now we're just left with the Bibb.
Wait, I think they turned your mic off again. Let's see. Wait, they expired this tornado warning?
I think the smaller one. That was until 8:15.
Oh, that little part. Yeah, okay. But this still, yeah, that part on the back fell off. So this still goes until 8:30.
Yeah, they're keeping it just for week rotations within the line, which we've been seeing for
Right.
a little bit.
That makes sense. I mean, the National Weather Service is thinking the same thing. They're like, look, man, we can't look at that and not put a warning down. So I get what they're doing. But again, it's not like a textbook looking screaming tornado, which is a good thing. We don't want that. But I think there's probably some swirling going on within this part of the line. But from what we can tell, there doesn't seem to be anything there is a tornado on the ground. Now, we'll see what damage reports may say and see if we get any. There's another scan in. Once again, same kind of thing. Notice how just broad, hardly anything there, but there's some wind right there. I'm going to go back to. Okay, so there's the sky cam, and you can see the kind of shelf cloud, the lightning right there. We're looking west and down from downtown Macon. And again, it's going to be one of these that's going to come in because of the way this is lining up, where you have that sort of sharp edge on there, where the rain's just going to start. And it's going to be like, not one of these where it's starting to sprinkle for a little bit and everything. I think it's just going to be one that's just kind of cut and dry.
Sky came in Warner Robins. You can kind of see the shelf also move through.
Okay, you can see it on Warner Robins. All right, I'm going to pull that up. And we're about to go back to this, folks, in just a second. We're just trying to see if we can get a visual. And let's do maybe an autofocus on that. I think it's trying to grab. I don't know what it's trying to grab. But, it's definitely out of focus. But you can see this, again, you can see the shelf coming in. So this is the beginning edge of it right here. And it's going to be just very well defined when it comes in. All right, so we're going to go back. I want to see if we have a new scan on velocity. I know there's sirens going off and all that. I assume. I don't hear any around us, but then again, we don't usually. Okay, Bolingbroke definitely with a ton of rain right now. North Macon with a ton of rain. Running straight parallel to Bass Road on it now. From north to south is the rain. Here is and again, that's a good look, really. I mean, you want it to stay like this. If this part of the line is just got a little crinkle in it, and it's like there's a little squirrely for a little bit, that's okay. We just don't want it to tighten up. We don't want bright green and bright red right next to each other, and we're not seeing that. Crawford County reporting no damage. Taylor County reporting 1 downed tree. So far so good that maybe this has not been anything that's been on the ground. All right. I mean, that's wild. I mean, I'm not trying to nerd out, but whenever I see this sort of thing right here where it's just a razor's edge, I mean, it's just, because sometimes you'll see on the reflectivity, you'll see it a little bit kind of out in front or whatever like that. It is just not raining, and then bam, it's on just like that. And we should, let's see, hey, Danny, can you hand me back Macon Skycam, or do we still have Warner Robins pulled up?
Macon's up now.
Oh, that's wild. Let's jog a little bit. The hospital's going to be in the way, but that's the front of it right there. That is what I was talking about. That's that razor's edge right there. It's just, I mean, if you like weather stuff, I mean, this is pretty fascinating. You see the lightning off in the distance right there, but it's just going to be a light switch from off to on. All of a sudden the rain hits. So definitely looking a little bit ominous out there as we jog more and more toward the right. Looking more a little bit toward the north and west. You'll see more of that. And even in Warner Robins, we've been seeing some of that. Let's see, let's keep going toward the right here, see if we can get past the hospital. And maybe we can get a good look up and down the line here. We'll keep on going, keep on going. Yeah, so you can see, look at this. This is wild right here. So this is the whole front of it that is just minutes away from coming into downtown. So within just a couple of minutes, it's going to go from this to where we won't even probably be able to see the hospital out there. Monroe County, no current damage so far. That's good to know. All right, let's do this time, Danny, if we can. Let's jog back left. What we're going to do is we're going to go back to where we can see the medical center sign, and we're just going to be looking pretty much almost due west, I guess. Going back to the left. Yeah, we'll keep on going good ways. Keep going. Okay. All right, go a little bit more, Danny. All right, so, all right, let's go. We're going to, yeah, all right, let's hold right there for a second. All right, so, Joe, you said a picture
of a potential spin up.
Potential spin up from where? From Roberta. Okay, that's what that is, right? Trying to look on that. Okay, that could be a funnel cloud of some sort right there. Not sure, but thanks for the picture that was sent in. We'll follow up on that. So that was from around the Roberta area with Crawford a little bit earlier. Wow. That's amazing looking stuff out there on that Skycam right there, just to see all that coming down. The front edge of it, again, coming through. Let's go back in and check on, and we'll come back to the camera in just a minute. It's all moving pretty swiftly out there. This is, we're going to have the red counties. Again, that's the tornado watch. We'll turn that off. We'll zoom in, stop right here. Severe thunderstorm warning part right here. Again, notice how this is bowing out. South Macon. A little bit of a bow down here, getting into northern Houston. So that's going to be some gusty wind there. Right through Midtown. I mean, Ingleside right here. Could have some gusty winds, definitely some heavy rain in there. Bowing out a little bit here, going into Jones County. Let's check in on velocity. The warning technically continues, and it is still not impressive. So that is really good news. That it's hardly even there, and it's hard to even find it. So technically this warning has 7 minutes left on it. Unless something changes, I would imagine they're going to let this thing drop. Maybe they go with a severe thunderstorm warning, or maybe they, severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible kind of words in there. They'll do that sometimes when it's kind of middle of the road. Okay. All right, so the medical center, we're on top of the Hart Tower right here. And you can actually see the rain starting to come down back here. I mean, it's just going to be come in. And if you're already in these areas, you're like, oh, yeah, I know, it's pouring down like that already. But it's wild watching it come across. Here it comes. You can see it right there. What's that one right there, Danny, that new warning? Here it comes. This is wild, folks, to see this in person like that where there's no rain.
Are canceling the severe thunderstorm warning for Crawford and Sumter.
Canceling severe thunderstorm warning for Crawford and Sumter. Okay, so they've been dropped out. Here it comes. Yeah, it's just a well-defined edge with this kind of thing right here where, again, sometimes on the radar you see it kind of scattered a little bit before it comes in, and this one is just like, it's not raining, and then all of a sudden, boom, there it is. So here it comes in, heading toward the medical center, and just within a matter of seconds, I bet it gets to where you can't see anything. So this is the kind of rain we have coming across. It has definitely the tropical feel out there, where the humidity has been something, I mean, crazy out there today. We've had dew points up in the 80s today, which is really rare to have that kind of humidity, and it drove the heat index up. Dublin was felt like 112. This afternoon. So there it is. I mean, it went from you could see everything back there to now just full-blown pouring coming on into the cameras. So if you are east of the Macon area, this is the way it's going to come in, just very fast like this, and then all of a sudden visibility goes to nothing. So if you don't really have to be anywhere anytime soon, I'd kind of wait this thing out because I'm thinking that once we get this line through, hopefully that's kind of it for the heavy stuff tonight, which definitely goes against what the models were showing. Let me know what Warner Robin Skycam looks like. It'd be interesting to watch that again. There is the radar shot, and you can see the main line. And again, as I was talking about, if you go back toward the west, there's nothing else back there. So the models were showing all the, this is the leftover low here. When we're talking about Arthur from way down there, that there would be this just big, massive rain, that just wind and everything continuing to come through as we go through midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. Well, clearly this is changing. I mean, there's still some stuff going on in lower Alabama here, but most of this is just saying, hey, man, get out of the way. I'm coming on through. So this line is barging on through, and you give it just a matter of another hour and a half or so through our eastern counties, and then that'll do it.
An update from Monroe County.
All right, hit us.
Highway 74 at Rogers, Church, and Lower Simmons have trees down and blocking the roadway. Crews are en route to clear it. So we're encouraging anyone out traveling to...
Oh, the rain just hit the
rain
roof here.
and thunder.
Instantly. All right, so tell me that again. It was in Monroe County.
Highway 74 at Rogers, Church, and Lower Simmons have trees down blocking the roadways. Crews are on the way to clear it.
There's Rogers Church Road right there. And 74. Wow, it is coming down heavily on the roof here. So somewhere in this area, which would track, couple it there for just a little bit, and then either pulled back up or just decided not to spin anymore, or maybe it was straight line winds. We don't know. Giant severe thunderstorm warning. This is an all skate for sure. Just being issued here. You can see it glowing in the yellow. Why not? Let's all do it again. So this includes everybody. Sparta, Gray, Milledgeville, Irwinton, Jeffersonville, Cochran, Hawkinsville, everybody in this one. So this whole line, just like we saw this afternoon, is going to get a severe thunderstorm warning with it as it comes on across. And I feel certain they're going to do this all the way through until we get this all the way past. Let's do some all clears, though. These are always good to do when you have a line situation like this where you can kind of... Normally, these are good at night when people are trying to go to sleep. It'd be good now, too, if you're just like, I'm tired of this. So pretty much anything west of that line, you may still be hearing some rumbles of thunder over here, but Forsyth, you should be done. Roberta, Thomaston, Butler, Montezuma, all done. Fort Valley should be done. Anything along, obviously, the red line and this way, still to go. But all this other is through. You're still going to have some, light showers as we go through tonight. There still may be a rumble of thunder, maybe some gusty winds, but for the most part, that should do it. There's just nothing coming in behind it. Boy, it is pouring on the roof. So it's a quick mover, guys, really. I thought we'd see, a lot of flash flood warnings when you were looking at the way the models were treating this tonight. Just be heavy rain just over and over and over again in the same spots. This is heavy rain, but it's moving very quickly. It only takes a matter of minutes, and this is already through. And then just light stuff left behind. So I don't know, we may not end up with any flash flood warnings because this stuff's not lingering. 45 seconds to go on this tornado warning. And we'll see if anything else is issued or we'll just celebrate its demise. And I think that's what's going to be the case because I think this new severe thunderstorm warning covers everything. Now, that doesn't mean they couldn't still pull the trigger on another warning later. If they see this tighten up as it's going through Jones County into Baldwin, they may decide to throw another one down there.
We'll expire it.
They're going to let it go. All right, so that is coming up in 10 seconds. That red polygon should fall off the screen. 3, 2, 1. So that's gone. So no tornado warning anywhere for right now. We do have this one massive severe thunderstorm warning that will replace this one when it falls off. So basically, this entire line is going to be warned all the way across. So eventually, Washington County, you're going to get another one again, I'm sure, unless this thing falls apart, which I just don't see it happening. Johnson on down into Lawrence, Dodge County as well. So no tornado warnings. That one pesky storm has just been dragging that tornado warning all the way across the board. And we're just going to do a quick round the house here just for a second. And then we're going to, since we have no tornado warning, we're going to go back to programming. But we will continue on the stream on 13 WMAZ Plus. Do you have that? Sure you do, right? Well, you can go get it. You go get it. And it's a great thing to have because we continue. Again, that well-defined edge. If you're in gray, oh, the rain just comes in just like that immediately and then pours. So we just saw it on the Macon Skycam. You can see the defined edge there. Roll on down. Probably some gusty winds getting into Twiggs County right there. Again, all this is severe thunderstorm warning territory. It doesn't mean that every place in here is going to have the same amount of strong wind. It's just the potential is there. And at this point, they're just covering the bases, saying, let's just go ahead and issue it for the whole line. So that is that. We will send you back to programming. If another tornado warning were to come up, we would jump back on TV. Otherwise, 13 WMAZ Plus is the place to be. We will see you later on TV, hopefully much later. Okay, folks that are still on the stream, we are still going with a severe thunderstorm warning that takes up a lot of real estate out there. Let's see. Oh, you know what, Danny? We missed Warner Robins and Perry Skycam. We could take the Perry Skycam just to see what it looks like there now. Thought I had control of that over here, but I can't seem to figure it out.
Rainfall. Some winds are blowing that
Oh,
west
wait a
gate.
minute. I just figured it out. Now I have it.
There we go.
Did you pull it up?
I did pull it up.
Okay.
You could try to move the camera if you need.
Okay, now I have it. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get the Dublin camera ready for when it's getting closer over there. Okay, and then what we're showing is Perry. We're going to move this around. Yep, it's coming down out there. You can see the wind and rain blowing across where the light is right here. All right, onward we go. Back to the radar shot. And the severe thunderstorm warning, again, covers a whole lot of area out there. I mean, this is a lot of counties. It's just covering that whole line. And really, I think if we get through the next hour and a half or so, this thing will probably be done with Central Georgia and be through with it by then. Okay, let's just do a velocity check just in case, just to see if we still see that broad rotation a little bit in Jones County. But again, there's no tornado warning on this, and this is the way this has been looking for a long time. Just that little bit of a wrinkle in there. But again, if it were to tighten back up again, I think maybe the National Weather Service may say, all right, let's go with another tornado warning. But right now, there's just no reason to do it. There's been some damage reported in southern Monroe County from this. And it might have been from some rotation. It could have been from straight line winds. We're not sure. It is wild, though, to notice that all of a sudden tornado warnings are popping up in southwest Georgia, panhandle of Florida. As this low continues to track on over, all of a sudden things are starting to stir up a little bit even farther toward the south. Looks like we're getting our whipping a little bit, over with, hopefully, here as we go on through these hours coming ahead. We'll see what goes on with Cordele. You're kind of stuck in between two National Weather Service offices. Peachtree City office cuts off right here, so this warning only goes as far south as that. But I would, if you're in Cordele, I would just kind of keep that, consider yourself in a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, that's that main batch that came through earlier today with all the severe thunderstorm warnings. It's a pretty wild ride here. We had that. We had this lull in between. And had it been maybe late at night or something like that, I wonder if it would have been different with this. It's just able to just keep the heat and humidity thing going. So,
A very brief spin up north of Robbins AFB.
Robbins Air Force Base. Let's see.
Just due west of the radar, you can see kind of a very brief spin up there. Go on base velocity.
Base would probably be better, wouldn't it? Let's see. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. I'm going to save that. And yeah, there are a couple little wrinkles in there. Something that, may want to keep an eye on. Sometimes also, too, when you get that close into the radar, the definition is so clear that there might have been something that was even out there far away, but now it's just now seeing it. But we'll keep an eye on that. Danny's talking about both of these, I guess, really. I mean, you could keep an eye on both of those just to see. Again, they're spinning the atmosphere. It doesn't have to be just that one that's in Jones County. There could be other things that have a little bit of a ripple to it. Good pick up there, Danny. We'll keep an eye on that. Again, very broad still right there. That's going to thread the needle between Round Oak and Gray right here. So as long as that stays out like that and we're not doing the bright red and green right next to each other, that's a good thing. Let's do some all clears because it's moving at a pretty good clip. So places that are done with it. I don't know if that helps. Pretty much most of Macon is done. Let me zoom in and see about, I'd say pretty much all of Macon's done. So let's say for this area, if you're to the west of that line, you're on that side of the line, you're done. Everything out in front still to go. And again, I still think that the heaviest rain and wind to me still looks what's going on in Jones County here. And where that broad rotation is going on, I mean, you can see just a Round Oak right here. So, I mean, this is clearly heavy rain, some gusty winds in there, and this cell within the line clearly has some rotation with it. Whether or not it's tight enough for it to be a tornado, there have been moments where it could have been that when it was back toward the south and west. But this is mainly just sort of a rotating cell that's inside the line, and that's the reason it shows up such a broad color scheme on there. We'll go back and look at base velocity. And still very broad out there. Get into our southern counties. You're seeing some bright green. That just shows you where the wind is strongest. Could be over 50 miles an hour. According to the warning, it would probably be over 55. Again, I don't know if everywhere along this line is seeing severe winds, but I think it's just a smart thing to do when you have a line like this coming through. Just go ahead and just drop one big warning out for the whole line. It just says, anywhere along in here, you could have some really gusty winds, and I think that's kind of what that is. Monroe County saying other than a few downed trees, no other major damage. That's good to hear. Okay, this will show us the tornado watch counties. Again, just a little while ago, once all this started kicking around, the Weather Service went ahead and issued a tornado watch extension. It was mainly from Macon westward, and see, this would have already outrun that. So they went ahead and dragged it on over toward the east here, so it includes our whole area. So just keeping an eye out just to see if anything has a little bit of a wrinkle in it or some sort of a little squirrely sort of spin in there. Right now, we're kind of crossing over the sort of the I-75 corridor axis. We're already clear of that actually now. So Milledgeville, next stop, coming in with some gusty winds and some heavy rain for yet another round. Hopefully the folks that were out on the Sinclair and Oconee earlier had to get off the lake for the severe storms that came through, didn't get back out there again because here comes another round. Back to base velocity again, right where we're seeing that cluster of rain, still that broad rotation. So that just shows you that that cell within that line, that whole thing broadly is just kind of rotating like this. And that's the reason it's showing up like that. Again, a tornado would be bright red and green, these little pixel boxes all right next to each other, really close, tight. That would be more of, instead of the whole thing moving, it'd just be the tornado within it. And as we go back and look at the big picture, again, as far as anything being behind it, like a whole bunch of, thank you, Roy, as far as like a whole bunch of, really heavy tropical rain for later on tonight. I still think there's going to be some rain. I still think this is going to continue to swirl around and kind of come nearby as we go through tonight. Maybe some gusty winds, a little bit of rain in that. But as far as the punch with it, that was round one was today, and then this is the right hook coming in after it right here. So this is the last shot of this, and then that should do it. Obviously, still severe weather in lower Alabama, getting into the panhandle of Florida, southwest Georgia. But for us, this should kind of shut it down. Let's see, by the way, if any new model data has come in. We'll try the high-res model. Yeah, all right, so it's a little behind, a lot behind, but the idea is it still wants to drag it out some, at least with some rain through the overnight. I think we will have some light rain through the overnight, but this straight edge is the thing that we're trying to get on through here. Here's the graph model. See, it's still going off of old data. Midnight 1, 2, 3 a.m. But you can clearly see the low spinning. Look from Atlanta to Augusta. Let's check in on the wind that's out there. This is current stuff that should pop up. Yeah, seeing some wind gusts, and definitely more so back in Alabama because that's where the actual low still is. Let's see if we can get this big map up here. This is going to show you, well, obviously it's more than 7 miles an hour in Montgomery. That's not a gust that's showing up. But you can tell just by looking at the scale here. I mean, if we're looking at 35, this could be 40 plus mile an hour winds easily here around that low. So even once we get this line through, there's still going to be some breezy rain as we go on through tonight, even later on. Come on, pop up. There we go. So again, just the one severe thunderstorm warning. And this one, I'm not getting it to pop up. When is the expiration on this one? I'm trying to remember. It's not grabbing it like it was earlier. Nope, 9:30. So 45 whole minutes left on that, and that'll take us right into the 10 o'clock show. Yowza. All right, so there's still a lot of heavy rain in this. I wonder if there are parts of the line that may be stronger than others. And then are we seeing, I mean, because you can see that, all the like dark red, purple, straight line. And then we're starting to get kind of scattering here. So I wonder if it's losing, at least on the southern extent, some of its punch there. But more of this is still going. I don't know. We'll have to see. But there's definitely a well-defined edge in Baldwin County heading toward Lake St. Clair right there. So, again, you can see where it juts out some strong winds in here. And, again, in this area right here is where the rotation is for the cell, not necessarily for a tornado. Again, we don't have a tornado warning out there. But this part of the line is sort of doing its thing out there, rotating. And again, we'll check in on that base velocity. And again, but I do want to show you this. This is when we take away the warnings, whether it's rotating or not. I just want to ask you, what is that yellow-orange right there? 65 mile per hour winds possible with some of this. So what is leaving Jones County going into Baldwin? No tornado warning for that. But, I mean, this is straight line winds that it could be easily 65. And you can see it kind of pegging out right there. Let's see what's back here. Just making sure we're checking around, see if we see any hail anywhere. We had hail this afternoon, not when we expected it more. Not seeing anything like that now. No other rotation in there that we can see. Through Gray, it's already sailed through there. Milledgeville, kind of knocking on the door, just minutes away. So if you're in town, having dinner on the lake, somewhere like that, and you look off toward the west, you may see a shelf cloud and a line out there out in the distance. And it's, if you think, oh, I can run to my car, it'll sprinkle a little bit first before this comes in. Nope, it's just going to go like that because of that well-defined edge. You can see it just comes straight in. Heavy rain.
East of Round Oak.
Oh, that spot right there?
There we go.
Oh, new tornado warning. They went and did it again. Oh, yeah, but I'm trying to figure out why, because I guess with storm relative, you can see it right there. All right, yep, we got to go back to TV. All right. We're going to be going to television in just a second, folks. Okay, we are back with you again. Sorry for interrupting again, folks, but it's been a busy day. A new tornado warning for the same thing, the same cell that has been very pesky. If it weren't for this one cell, we'd have had no tornado warnings all day today, but this one continues to want to rotate a little bit. It still looks very broad, so again, not anything that says, hello, I'm a tornado, but this part of the line, this cell within the line is rotating enough. The National Weather Service said, hey, let's go ahead and fire off another one. Now, I was doing a little thing a minute ago. We were on the stream on 13 WMAZ Plus, looking at the wind speed within this, whether or not it's spinning or not. Let's see, whether or not it's spinning or not. Let's take it from here. So regardless of whether or not we're seeing any spin, what kind of wind are we talking? And we're going to ask it some questions. I don't buy that one. There was one a minute ago. Now it's showing 41. We checked it a minute ago and it was showing 67 miles per hour. There's a 54. 56. So at least severe thunderstorm criteria. A little bit earlier it was going over 65. So the tornado warning goes until 9:15. Go back to this picture right here. A massive severe thunderstorm warning is out, which includes a ton of real estate, anywhere from Lake Sinclair all the way down past Hawkinsville. And that's for this whole line. This is the second time we've done this today. We had that batch that came through earlier with severe thunderstorm warnings all over the place, and then now doing it again. And then this one tornado warning, this cell continues to just have a wrinkle in it enough. It still hasn't had anything that's been well defined. Maybe a couple of moments in parts of Monroe County, which is where we did hit some damage reports of maybe some trees down there in southern Monroe. But since then, we've been checking in with all these different counties, and they're like, nothing. I haven't really seen anything. So, but we do have a tornado warning in central Georgia. And so per the policy, we are on TV with this. And you can see the culprit right here. Again, whether or not there's anything tornadic in here, you can see this whole thing, one big bowling ball here that's somewhere in there, which I'm thinking it is just this that's rotating like this, and so it's showing that broad rotation in there. So northern Jones County, we'll be leaving there in just a little bit, going into southern Putnam on into northwestern Baldwin, and again, Lake Sinclair with yet another round. So I was mentioning earlier, anybody that got off the lake this afternoon for severe weather, I hope you didn't get back on it, because here comes another problem about to come through. Now, again, it does not mean that it's a tornado. It's a tornado warning, but again, it's been very hard to find anything in there that is saying, hello, how are you? I'm a tornado. Let's go to the velocity map. We do see some bright colors, so there's some gusty wind in here. But again, this is sort of like a couplet. You do see red and green, so the radar down here, you can see it sweeping around going like this. So this is the wind going toward the radar, wind going away. And so this is where you would see things kind of spinning a little bit here. Now, again, a tornado, like a real signature that would say, hey, look at this. You would see bright red and green right next to each other. That's sort of close, probably close enough to fire off a warning. Again, it's not the most impressive thing we've ever seen, but 129 right here. Let's try to get on in a little bit more. Homer Childs Road, Hawkins Road, new scan coming in. It's already past that. Hawkins Road, Mathis Road, Lumpkin. Oh, Christmas Lane. It's nice. Some gusty winds out in front. Whether or not this is rotating, there is some wind with this in this whole area here. So right here where kind of Jones County, Baldwin, and Putnam counties all come together. That's where the tornado warning is. It is that same cell, and you can watch it right here. Notice as we go back in time. There it is. So this is last hour. We could do 2 hours. all the way back. Sometimes it looked like it was something hard to find, can't find anything. Look between Culloden and Roberta, nothing really. Maybe a little bit of a wrinkle right here. And this is, I think, where we had some damage reports to some trees down here for a little bit. So this is a typical tropical-like brief spin up. They're just there for a little bit. There it is, heading toward Bolingbroke. Kind of broadened out again. Broad. Still pretty broad, but enough. The Weather Service thought enough of it to go ahead and issue another warning. So 19 minutes left on this one as it is moving northeast. And I'm assuming at around 40 miles an hour. That's been the movement in a lot of this stuff. This line, it is bucking it. It feels like it's going faster than 40 miles an hour. But again, if you haven't been following in this evening or this week, the models were showing that there would be this kind of thing coming in sort of around this time. But it also had isolated pop-up showers, maybe a thunderstorm this afternoon, which we saw that on. And then some. I mean, it was an overachiever. We had severe storms all over the place. Then we had that lull for a little bit. You can see in between. So it was that first wave that came through. It's gone. We had the lull, kind of turned the atmosphere over, which I thought would be enough. But apparently it recovered enough with enough instability back again to go with another round. Not something you normally see where you're going to get a 1-2 punch with severe storms like that. Usually that first one comes in, kind of does its thing. Now, maybe it's usually more of an overnight thing when that happens, when we're in the cooler time. And we just had enough of the dynamics, instability, heat and humidity and all that to keep things going. Let's do, while we continue to monitor, well, they just did it for me. They trimmed out some of the severe thunderstorm warning. I didn't have to draw a line on there. I was going to draw an all clear line, and I was about to draw it right through there. So obviously, any of these places west of this line, Gray, Forsyth, Thomaston, Roberta, Macon, Warner Robins, Perry, Fort Valley, Butler, Montezuma, Unadilla, Vienna, Cordele's still in it somewhat. The beep that we're hearing in here is just that they reshuffled some of the severe thunderstorm warning, but everybody that's still out here, still going. And once it leaves here, I have no doubt that there will be another giant severe thunderstorm warning, if not for the whole thing, maybe at least for some parts, because I don't know if it's fully severe wind all up and down through here, but I think the smart move from the National Weather Service is just to say, somewhere in this area, you could have winds in excess of 55 miles an hour. So I think that's the reason they went ahead and did this. But we'll see if they extend this on over, which would take us on in toward 10 o'clock, which will continue this fun. All right, let's go with the big picture, because I was getting into that, where the models, which are not very useful to us right now because they were still going off of this old thinking, which I'm not, again, let me rephrase that. Yes, I do think we're still going to have, here's the low back here. So this thing is still spinning. The leftovers from what was Tropical Storm Arthur, that's still going. That's what's the cause of all this. This is still going to come across, and there's gusty wind in and around this. So even after this line comes through, we're still going to have some rain, be it light, maybe steady at times, and it will still be windy. You'll still hear the wind chimes on the porch as we go through the overnight tonight as that part is coming through, but all of this is kind of clearing things out. Interesting to see that all day off toward the west, lower Alabama, southern parts of Mississippi, no severe warnings, just a bunch of flash flood warnings. You see them in green here. But now it's even firing up down there too. But once this line gets through, fingers crossed, I can't see how there would be anything else because everything behind it is mainly just light rain. But we'll see how it goes. The farther south and west we go into the state, some of this has still got to come across in places like Albany and all that. They still have another round or so to go there. So we will check just to see if the high-res model has come in. Talk about it from time to time, how a model initializes, meaning the initial shot that it shows on the screen. Is it picking up what's happening at the moment? Here's the latest high-res, if it is the latest. And it is behind because this line is here now, not there. So this may not be the newest one. And it has stuff scattered out, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Again, I do think we're still going to have some rain, light, maybe steady rain. I don't know if it's going to look like, I don't see how it could look like that as we go through the overnight. And still some gusty winds as we go through. See if the RPM has come in new. That's rainfall total. Don't want that. I want this one that's coming up right here. Nope. No, it's still behind. 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Well, clearly, all the big storms that would be, I mean, this is the main low still coming. So I think the timing of the low coming across that's in Alabama, that's probably right. But as far as the line of storms that we're seeing now, it's not grabbing it. So I think it will probably be a timetable similar to this to get that whole low that's in Alabama all the way across. And what I mean by that is still some rain and wind as we go through the overnight. I don't know if it's going to look like this with all these big red blobs there, though. So we'll go back in and check, especially with velocity, since we have a tornado warning until 9:15. That is for 13 more minutes. For not Jones County anymore. That's already sailed through there. I'd be glad when this thing is gone. It's already, what is that, Danny? I hear. We're checking on it. Oh, they did an edit to the tornado watch. Did they cut some? Yes. Okay, so they're cutting some counties out. So kind of an interesting flip-flop. Throughout the day or this afternoon, we had a tornado watch that went from Macon westward, and there was nothing over here. Now that, which makes sense, this is gone, just got cut out, and now this got extended over here, so the tornado watch continues there. Looks like they just made an edit on the warning. You're going to hear that beep in a second because I can see it blinking up there. That means they just made a change to it. And what they did is they took Jones County out. Let's do last hour. Okay, so what they did is, yeah, they took Jones County out, so now it's just Putnam, and it looks like Baldwin's kind of out too, and then extreme, basically Lake Sinclair up to Oconee. This is where this is now. And we give this another till the end of this warning, and 9:15, hopefully this sucker has sailed through. Maybe they issue another one for parts of Hancock County. We'll hang with it until it crosses the county line. But this thing has been pesky, to say the least. To try to find rotation in here has been a challenge the whole way, and it remains a challenge. I mean, it shows the wind, no doubt there. I mean, you can see this is probably 60, 65 mile per hour winds with some of this. At least 55, 60, I'd say. But again, you don't see anything rotating right here. So the tornado warning continues nonetheless. As we go on down the board looking at reflectivity or velocity, we're looking for things that are rotating. Don't see anything doing that, so that's good. Once again, as we look behind it, so in case people are saying, well, what's going on later tonight? I just showed you on the future view model there. Again, this is the low right here. So that does still have to come through tonight, but it's all this stuff out front. That first round we had, now the second round, the final round, then this will come through, but it's going to be breezy, light to moderate rain, something like that as we go on through tonight. That's the way it looks like it's going to play out, which is, again, different, better, and well, not better. No one wanted two rounds of severe weather like we've had this afternoon and now tonight. But to go ahead and get this out of here to where we're not dealing with this stuff overnight. Again, you may still hear the wind chimes on the porch out there tonight as the low continues to track through. That's swirly-durly right there. Here is the all clear. They drew it on there a minute ago when they trimmed that county, the warning back. So pretty much anything west of that line. So we're getting there. I mean, we still got a ways to go to take this line and drag it on across and get it through here. But I mean, it's still moving at a pretty good clip. The main thing we want out of here is this guy. So if this can get on up and gone, and we don't really want to send it to somebody else, but if we can get it to fall apart or something, that'd be great. Pesky, these tropical tornado warnings. They're very hard to verify, they're hard to find, hard to continue to find them. And so many times, as far as the verification, you get to the end, and there was nothing that really ever said that it was a tornado. But if you're the person sitting in what they call the hot seat at the National Weather Service, I mean, you don't have a choice. You see that rotation there, even though it's broad, you got to go ahead and push the button on it. And so you can't blame them for doing that. And they're very difficult in this. I mean, some of them are slam dunks. Late March, early April, some of those things coming across, you're like, easy to push the button on that. These are just a little bit iffy. So it's just something they're still watching. 9:15, that is going up in just a matter of a little over 8 minutes now. Going down, I should say. Hopefully they'll let that go. I'm sure it'll go. I just hope they don't extend it out. All right, so velocity mode. Again, we don't see anything rotating, but we'll take away the warnings. And we can go in and just look at the wind. Possibly near 70 mile per hour winds. I don't know if it's that high at the surface anyway, because it's shooting far away, but I'd say probably 55, 60 pretty easily in Putnam County, between right there at Sinclair and Oconee, all right here on the lakes. So that's crossing over there. And once again, with that broad rotation, you can see it. I mean, the rest of the line doesn't look like this. It's got that kind of, it's a big bowling ball right here. So basically this part of the line is just sort of turning in there. It doesn't mean that there's anything right or pinpoint right there on it, which would be a tornado in this case, which is what the warning is for, obviously. But it's more that the whole cell within there is sort of rotating. The rest of this is really starting to break apart. Technically, that severe thunderstorm warning goes until 9:30. I don't know if they're going to do a full-scale warning again like this. I mean, you can see for yourself. Look, I mean, that's a 1 hour loop. Let's go. We'll go 3 hours. Let's stop here. All right, so look at how it looked when it was coming in. Bright red, purple, very well-defined edge when it was just like, bam, it was coming in, pouring, gusty winds. Even through the Macon area, same thing. And then here lately, I mean, this is a lot more scattered. Seeing some yellows, a little green in there, broken up, no well-defined edge, maybe a little bit, but not like it was. Don't see any bowing segments in there. So once 9:30 gets here, this warning will be over, obviously, but I don't know if necessarily they're going to put in one huge warning over here to go from like McRae to Sandersville or anything like that. They may just choose to do some of this. Even that's going to be gone. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, it could be the last warning that we get if it continues to fall apart, because I'm not seeing the same kind of wind in there that we were seeing earlier. The main problem, just for a matter of minutes longer, is still this guy up here. So in Putnam, heading toward Hancock, is the last tornado warning. We're going to give this till 9:15. And then after that, it's just going to be waiting that yellow polygon, the severe thunderstorm warning, waiting it out. I can show you, let's see if it's still keeping up with it here. I did a rainfall total map just so you can see what we've been doing. I don't know if it's grabbing. Yeah, it is. Okay. So 3 inches, probably even some in here. Let's see. Yeah, anywhere from 2.5, 3 inches. Some of 3 inches, probably the 3.5 in some spots. But look over here. I mean, it's crazy back here as you get into, closer down toward the Gulf. Look at some of these white shaded areas. 20 inches of rain over there. That's nuts. 18, 19 inches of rain. I mean, a foot's enough, but then you start piling that other on. So just to show you, there's been a lot more rain than just what we've been seeing here. Ours kind of pales in comparison to that. What is the new beep? We're going to find out in just a second.
For a tornado warning for Putnam County.
Oh, okay. Phew, I thought they just issued a new one.
No.
So what it is, they trimmed it back.
Trimmed
Okay.
it back, yeah.
God, don't do that.
Trimming.
So that's it. That one little piece. And as we look at the base velocity near there, let's see. I mean, I get it. I don't know if it's rotating, but that's a lot of wind right there. So we may end up getting some damage reports through this that has been leaving Jones heading into southern Putnam County across the lakes here. So northern part of Lake Sinclair here. That's some strong wind right there. So we'll see how it goes in the final analysis. But whether that's rotating or not, I don't think it is. Some strong wind coming through right there. That has definitely been a pesky storm. 3 minutes to go. And again, we can look just to check for other parameters to see if it... We had hail earlier in some storms. You can look at it now. Nothing's showing up. But we expected it earlier today, those big towering storms that were coming through. Once again, as we wait out this last couple of minutes, I still do think that there's going to be some gusty winds around the actual area of low pressure as this comes through tonight. And you can see it there. So again, what kind of was Arthur way down there, still swirling around here, and around it there's still some occasional wind gusts over 40 miles an hour. So we may still have some of that as this gets on in. So you may hear some of that out there. There still could be some rain as this is coming across. But as far as the sharp edge, severe threat, this should do it. We've already had, this is the second round coming through today. Round number 1 went up here. How convenient, South Carolina. This went to you and it fell apart. So we've been whipped twice with it today. And we're waiting to get this last little bit through. Down in lower Alabama, you can see, why is this important? I just want to show you that, it reaches out to a lot of places. They're seeing mainly flash flood warnings. I just showed you why. You can see all a foot to 20 inches of rain, crazy. So all these green polygons are flash flood warnings, yellow, severe thunderstorm warnings, and there are a couple little pesky tornado warnings occasionally that will show up now in southwest Georgia. Okay. So we'll get back to the close-up radar again, the Jeffersonville radar. It won't be long. I'm sure they'll be trimming that yellow polygon back again because, you can see, each scan that comes through, this is clearly weakening down. This big red line, and then now this is starting to scatter out. So this is about to expire, and then at 9:30, if they let it go that long, it may have outrun its box by then. They may cancel it before. I just can't imagine. You can see the lightning is down a ton. So a lot of weakening going on with this as it goes on off toward the east. So again, as we head through tonight, if you hear the wind chimes, you hear still a breeze out there. It should not be anything severe. It should just be the breeze around that area of low pressure as it's coming through, and then some rain kind of whipping in there, light stuff, maybe some steady stuff at times. But overall, I think 2 rounds is enough for today. We've had this afternoon and then tonight. And again, you can definitely tell the weakening is going on. So that little red polygon up there, they just trimmed back the yellow one, and then this one's about to go right there. So no tornado warning, and this last little bit of a severe thunderstorm warning until that either gets canceled early or they wait until 9:30 and let it go. We're going to go off of television here. We're going to go back to 13 WMAZ Plus to finish this out, and hopefully that is it for tonight. The 10 o'clock show will be coming up on the Plus channel and our CW channel, and then, of course, at 11 o'clock right here on 13 WMAZ. Okay, stream folks, hold on a second. Need a little bit of the agua. All right, folks. The trend is a good one, and that is that everything is falling apart pretty rapidly, actually, here the farther east this goes. You can see just a thick red line, a lot of wind, and steady just downpours, a lot of lightning, and this is really starting to kind of scatter out. Now, I mean, I'm not saying it's not still some heavy rain in some spots, maybe some gusty winds, but either this is going to finish out the severe thunderstorm warning all the way to 9:30, or they're going to cancel this before that because it may outrun its cage here. I think they'll probably just let it go to 9:30. I don't know, because I don't think it's going to outrun that in just in the next 12, 13 minutes. But good news is our pesky friend up north here, the one that's been prompting the tornado warnings one after another, finally, at least as far as we're concerned, has dropped off as a tornado warning. Now, there's still some wind up there. I mean, I think we're going to hear possibly some damage reports from Sinclair to Oconee. I mean, that's still some strong wind that's showing up at 55, 60. Sometimes I've been looking at it 65 to 70, if that's right, miles per hour. But then again, from where we're shooting from the radar, I mean, we're looking so far up too, we don't really know what's going on at the surface. So and if you look at this and go back in time to see what the wind was looking like, and there's still some wind out there. I just don't think it's hitting at severe levels like it was. Yeah, I mean, look from right there, left side of your screen, very defined edge, dark red, purple, to some reds, oranges, scattered in there a little bit. It's still a well-defined edge as far as when the rain starts. I just don't know if they're still seeing the same kind of wind that was out toward the west. 11 whole minutes. I tell you what, nothing like a good sky cam. Let's see what we have here. Oh, the old 4 panels up.
I've tried to position them in terms of where they are on the radar.
Yeah.
There's a couple lightning strikes.
Oh, yeah, I see
right
that.
there. There's a couple in Perry.
Yeah. I feel like I'm in a casino in Vegas where they don't have windows because we don't have windows in here. I didn't even realize it was dark outside, but I guess
I didn't realize either until I saw the sky cams.
We've been going since 3-something this afternoon, I think, so.
I can bring the double one on wide. See those flashes?
Which is wild because, like I say, for a lot of these areas, this is the second time around today. I mean, they've already had this stuff coming through earlier. Comes a couple of cars out on a Thursday night. Yeah, they had some gusty winds there this afternoon, too. I mean, a lot of these places did. Almost every county had a severe thunderstorm warning this afternoon, and nearly all of them were warned again tonight. Not something you see every day. Let's see what the temperatures are doing and take that. probably haven't changed a whole lot. Well, you know, we had the rain that came through earlier, cooled things down, and then we did start to recover. It started to heat back up again, and which kind of added to our problem. There was enough of a slot in between those two waves that things got back unstable again, and so now the numbers are back down low 70s. Here's a look at those wind gusts, and I really think we need a better plot than this. I need to add some plots to it because, first of all, I don't think it's 7-mile-per-hour winds in Montgomery, and there's definitely some stronger stuff going on right here. So, but I think you could have, you know, 35, 40-mile-per-hour gusts. The reason I'm pointing to this is because this is where the low is. You can see the spin right here. So the kind of tropical remnants there, all this has been kind of a line out in front. So this still moves through as we go through tonight. I mentioned on air, mentioned here, which is how I know that it's still windy at night. Wind chimes, so we have wind chimes, so I can hear them out there on the porch, still going. Even as this is coming through with the breezy rain, light stuff mainly, you know, but something like that even as we go through the later hours through the overnight, still could have some of that. Let's check out the wind and wind gusts locally here, which is about to pop up on your screen. And it's weird because this is more of that southerly breeze, showing a wind gust in Cordele of 40. So there's some windy stuff out there, but it's going to shift directions a lot as we go through the overnight because this thing's going to be coming in, spinning counterclockwise, and eventually it's going to wrap around to kind of coming in from the northwest. And you can see once again the tornado watch we had earlier this afternoon. They issued the tornado watch, and it was from kind of like Macon or I-75 westward, and there was nothing over here. And then the storms kept going. The second round, they were like, oh, hold on a second. Let's go ahead and extend that tornado watch. So they brought it all the way over to here, and now everything's kind of flipped the script. So now the watch counties are here, and these have all been canceled over here, which tells you that the severe threat is done as this is all coming on across. So this should do it for the night once we get this through. Again, still going to be some breezy light rain at times as we go through the overnight, but the this kind of thing will be over.
I added a few plots to the future view wind gusts, and you can have a better idea around the circulation on some of those wind gusts.
Okay, I'm pulling it up right now. All right, so
let's see, did it edit on your side?
Yeah, I just did a refresh on it, I think, didn't I?
Do it one more time.
Hold on. All right. Okay,
there we go.
There we go. Okay, so these are the changes you made. All right, cool. This is good. So we could probably safely assume they're probably seeing 35, 40-mile-per-hour gusts in Alabama. And then as we go forward, yeah, so you get the idea is that this thing is swirling across here. So even after all this storm stuff is done, we just saw it a minute ago. We saw Cordele with a 40-mile-per-hour gust coming out of the south. So as this thing's spinning like this, it's going to be pulling the wind up this way. And then the wind's going to shift as we go through. Now all of a sudden the low's pulling this way, and now we're getting the wind coming in out of the northwest and west. So it'll be, you know, if you had absolutely nothing to do overnight tonight, you could sit out there and watch if you had a windsock in your yard, you could watch it just kind of change and rotate around. So you're going to hear some breeze tonight, again with the chimes, and there could be some wind or some rain still coming down. You can see as this goes toward tomorrow morning, all this goes behind me here and pulls away. But as we go back, so it's almost like a third leg of a stool. We had the first line of severe storms that came through today. This one that's coming through right now, almost done. And then there'll be the breezy, the actual area of low pressure coming through the overnight here. That's a great look at it right there. So still the potential for 35, 40, 45, trying to show 50-mile-per-hour gusts. Doesn't mean sustained wind. There's occasional wind gusts out there. Even after all this is said and done. Speaking of all said and done, we're less than 5 minutes away from that severe thunderstorm warning going bye-bye. As we look at the sky cams, the one in Dublin Every once in a while, you see a little bit of a flash out there. But again, we've lost a lot of the lightning, and this thing is really weakening down. Let's go back to the future. No, to the radar. And here it is right here. So again, you can see the line, not nearly what it was. I mean, still, if you're in Dublin and Eastman and all this, you're still going to get some steady rain out of this. Sandersville may be a little bit broken up here. I'm just glad to see this thing going. So that's out of here. And I don't know, I've seen this before where you'll see a tropical thing and maybe a line like this, or just any other kind of weather event sometimes we've had. The rest of the thing is like a severe thunderstorm, straight line winds, and there's always like this one little comma shape in there that just won't give up the ghost and stays with it the whole way. Whether or not it actually ever produced a tornado, it was just irritating enough that it just hung around and showed some broad rotation enough just to keep with the tornado warnings, just in case. That's what it was. I have seen that before many times over the years. But Milledgeville, you're done. Irwinton, done. And when I say done, I still don't think there's going to be a slap in the face in Sparta and Sandersville. I mean, it's going to be a lightning show a little bit. As far as Dublin, you can still see a little bit of a defined edge down here. And what I mean by the defined edge means like it's not raining, and then all of a sudden, bam, it's raining like this. So you can see where that just sort of starts. Not nearly the lightning, and I'm not seeing the same kind of wind speeds with this either. So it'll be a steady, just instant, rain starting like that. But as far as anything that's crazy, unless I'm wrong, I don't see that. I think maybe they would issue, I don't know, some special weather statements maybe, or something like that, to some of that, meaning it's not severe enough. And speaking of,
Expire the severe thunderstorm warning.
they said they're going to let it go, or they went ahead and let it go?
They're going to let it go.
Okay, so for our stream peeps, we're not going to wait for the next 2 minutes and 10 seconds. We're done. So thank you for joining us, and we will see you at the 10 o'clock show, which comes up in a matter of just minutes, and then 11 o'clock, same thing.